Okay. Item 1 then on the agenda. We are going to have a break in a few minutes until 6:10. Okay. So I'd like to get through the announcements and the apologies if we can, and hopefully the minutes of the last meeting as well. All right. So I'll read this again later, but I'll read it now quickly, okay? So Council will consider the budget motion of Cabinet at item 6. 5 amendments to the motion have been received. The amendments will be considered in the order they were received by the Chief Executive. Following the debate on the motion and amendments, each amendment shall be voted upon in turn. Please note that in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, all voting on the budget item shall be by recorded vote, which shall be done by using the voting consoles. Please note that the mover of an amendment shall have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is the longer. All of the speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. And I'll read the rest when we come back, okay? Just so it's fresh in everybody's minds. Right then, apologies. Oh, announcement by the Chief Exec.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members are reminded of the provisions of Section 106 of the Local Government and Finance Act 1992 in relation to agenda item 6. This means that if you are present today and an amount of council tax is payable by you and has remained unpaid for at least 2 months, you should at the meeting and as soon as practicable after its commencement disclose the fact that Section 106 applies to you, and you shall not vote on any item concerning agenda item 6. If it applies to you, you may speak on this item but not vote.
Thank you. Apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for absence? Councillor Sokol.
No, Madam Mayor, no apology from Labour Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cahoot.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Aziz Daji gives his apologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Munro.
Councillor Ashley Robinson and Councillor David Longstaff give their apologies. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Anwar.
Yeah, apologies from Councillor saying she's on the way.
Right, okay. Right, okay. So I move that the minutes of the meeting of Council held on 21st of January 2026 be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Yes, I second that.
Thank you. Can we vote by a show of hands, please, for the minutes of the last meeting? Thank you. That's carried. Thank you. Item 4, interests. A list of granted dispensations has been provided. Members who have any other interests should disclose their interests now. Are there any interests to declare other than what's on the list? No? Can I remind any members who have declared an interest to complete the form if you declare one during the meeting? Okay, thank you. We shall therefore have our break now till 6:10. If all members can be back in the council chamber, please, for 6:10. Thank you. Right, members. We now move to item 5 on the agenda, which is the council plan, 26-27 to 28-29, and this is reference from Cabinet. Councillor Pattison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excuse me. I'm really pleased to be able to present the council plan for 26-27 to note 28-29 this year to the council for approval. This year it is a 3-year council plan, as opposed to what we've been used to in the last few years, which has only been an annual one. 3-year, thanks to, in part at least, the new 3-year financial settlement that the government has now arranged and given us. So that means that we can have a council plan which has a bit more certainty if we're looking over the longer term. So this plan, it does set out our key priorities, goals and specific activities over that 3-year period. And of course it does go hand in hand with the budget that we are going to debate shortly. The council plan informs that budget, the budget that we're proposing tonight, and together they set the strategy and the resources required to deliver on our ambitions. It contains longer-term cross-directorate principles which we work alongside our partners to achieve, including our vision, our shared outcomes and our key partnership strategies. The council plan also includes a set of key indicators which we will use to measure and understand the challenges and opportunities faced by people, communities and organisations in the borough. The indicators are aligned to the shared outcomes, and we report on these indicators on a quarterly basis to Cabinet. We developed and launched earlier this year, or last year, but our council initiative last year to refresh and strengthen our organisation's culture. In that way, it can work to help guide the way we work as an organisation to achieve the principles and the priorities that are set out in the council plan. It also contains the existing, and there's no change to these, the internal principles and ways of working, including the people strategy that we have been working to for a few years now. It contains, of course, excuse me, our priorities, which is keeping, which we've kept more or less the same, though we, in the spirit of moving on and moving forward, we've tried to hone and refine those priorities so they are more specific, they have got better outcomes, and we can see better measure the progress that we do make across those. And of course, that also aids and abets how we set our budget and makes it far easier to ensure that the two align. So the priorities of getting the basics right, protecting the vulnerable, enabling our residents and businesses to fulfil their potential, and aiding economic growth are still the top line priorities. Underneath that, you'll find, I say, a refined detail, which will certainly prove to the benefit of our communities in the future. So I recommend that this council plan to the council tonight, and I'm very pleased to do so. Thank you.
Is that seconded?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This council plan sets out and galvanises our priorities for the year ahead as we continue to get the basics right, improve services for our residents and invest responsibly in our shared future. It informs our budget, which then sets out how we use resources to deliver on our plan and priorities, and in that sense provides a yardstick against which our delivery can be measured. We continue to prioritise our communities and our places in Kirklees, while through everything we do, protecting and serving the most vulnerable amongst us. So I'm very happy to second the recommendations as published and reserve the right, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments on this matter? Can members please make sure that all electronic devices are switched to silent? Thank you. Councillor Pinnock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find it a bit difficult that we're just determining the council plan in what will be a half-hour debate, when, as Councillor Crooks has just said, it underpins the budget. So you say to yourself, well, this therefore requires a more substantial debate than we are going to have in the short time that's allocated for the debate here. So there's plenty that could be said, but I'm going to limit it to one or two highlights when I looked through both the plan and the way it was assessed. So, you know, one of the challenging features of Kirklees is that it's a very diverse council area. It's not focused on one town or even two towns. And the communities that we serve are considerably more than are referenced in the council plan. So just a couple of examples that I think it would benefit the council plan if there was an assessment along more geographic lines, rather than saying we want to help people in children in poverty. Yeah, we'll all say absolutely yes to that. But let's focus on the areas that we know from the stats in the observatory of where those are focused. And they're not just focused in the big towns. So let's have a bit of more geographic assessment of what's going on. And another example I will give for that is in one of the aims of the plan is to tackle social isolation. Now, there was a council in partnership with Manchester University did a study of social isolation among older people. And one of the results of that study was, as ward councillors in Cleckheaton, we had a meeting at their request with the project lead, so that she could explain to us that in our town, social isolation was for older people was the worst in Kirklees. So, you know, you'd say to yourself, that ought to feature in this council plan as a challenge as to how that is going to be addressed. That was one example. A second example is obviously going to be from my own ward, because that's where I focus my attention now. And one of the key areas of the plan is a public health aim. And what we do know, again, from the council's own public health team, is that people in Cleckheaton suffer a higher rate of respiratory disease than anywhere else in Kirklees. So you'd say to yourself, both those things feature in the plan, rightly, as a broad brush approach, but because there is no focus on a geographic assessment, those are filtered out, not deliberately, but because of the way it's assessed. And so my challenge to the leader of the council and all those who put this thing together is to seriously consider doing a more segmented assessment of their aims and achievements. I suppose I'm just going to end with one comment, is that one of the aims, high-level aims, is to achieve a Kirklees where communities are listened to and help make decisions. Well, let's make that a reality rather than a platitude, please, because there's been too many examples in our part of Kirklees where decisions have been imposed on communities and they've not been listened to. And if they had been listened to, solutions would have been found which are the council wouldn't have struggled so far if the solutions, they'd listened to people and found solutions that work for everybody. So I'm hoping I'm going to get a positive response from the leader of the council. She's going to say, what a great idea.
Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As always, Councillor Pinnock talks a lot of sense in what she's been saying, and in fact I agree with her quite a lot with those things, particularly the localised. And I think maybe what used to happen under the old district, we used to have district committees at one time and area committees, is that a lot of this did get more of a focus by councillors, which perhaps has gone by the by. It isn't. I can see the logic of bringing this particular document at the same time as the budget. That makes sense, makes great sense, does that? And I agree with that, and I think that's a good move. But there's a big but, isn't it? Because we've got arguably bigger fish to fry tonight, and a lot of us have spent an awful lot of time in the last 3 weeks concentrating on one thing, which is budget. And I have to admit, I think this plan does come as a little bit of an also ran compared to the big issue of the night. So I think maybe we think next year about perhaps we ought to give it a little bit more priority. This is, of course, a document of the administration and how they intend to run the borough. I actually think there's a lot of good stuff in there. I particularly welcome some of the emphasis on re-engineering the way that officers work within the council so that we get better outcomes for the money we spend, and in the way that we respond to residents, because I think we've all been concerned that sometimes residents are not responded to in the way that they should be or listened to. So I'm glad to see that there is mention of tackling that in there. As always, there are things in there that maybe you think perhaps there's more emphasis on. There's one thing in there that I would like to see more of, and that is, again, to do with older people, and it's older people's accommodation. Now, there is reference in here to what is going on, and I see actually that, funnily enough, in Cleckheaton Ward, there are some low-cost housing for older people in there. I would like to see a lot of that. I'd like to see some of that in my ward, and I'm sure a lot of councillors would like to see it. And one of the problems that I do get pretty regularly is the complaint that we do put people in places which have traditionally been reserved for older people, or perhaps older people think that they want to go there for a bit of peace and quiet, and we have a problem tenant. And I think we need to look a little bit harder on the methods we have at our disposal as a council to try and resolve some of those issues sensitively. And often, of course, the people that we might label as a problem tenant is only a problem tenant because of something not under their control. Perhaps they've got mental health issues, or they've got particularly involved family relationship with other people, which is not easy to manage. So I would like to see some of that. And a plea for more older people's accommodation, which we might feed into the local plan. As we all know, lots of older people are very fit, they're very healthy, both in body and mind, and a lot of older people are not, and they suffer very greatly from either physical or mental illness. And it would be great to have more places within the borough where we can say, look, these are safe places, these are quiet places, you might come to live here, and under the same umbrella of the particular development, we've got a place where you can live if you want to be completely independent. We've got a place where you can live if you just want someone to look after you, or just pop in once or twice a week to check you're okay. And we've got places where you can stay where you really need looking after, such as nursing care, residential care or whatever. And these, I'm sure that would be welcome. I would certainly welcome that. So just one or two things to chuck in there. But most of the things in here, I think, is bread and butter stuff, really. Motherhood and apple pie, as they say in some places, looking after the vulnerable and all this. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Mr. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. There is a lot of good things in this plan, and there's a lot of good work in there. But I just want to point out something that really quite riled me when I read it, and it's about the consultation. It's about discussion with board members and about being. We've talked before about putting councillors at the heart of the councillors at the heart of the discussion and consultation many times before. Can I just draw people's attention to page 31 in our packs, next to the figure of a fine man in a box trying to fix a lamppost. Under the goals of year one. Year one goals, implement changes, all of that. Point 3, it just says continue to work with all political groups to determine areas of improvements. I hope that's an oversight and that should say elected members or councillors, because if that just reads wrong to me, it sounds like we're trying to bypass councillors, go elsewhere, and I think that's how the public might read it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this item? No. Councillor Pattison. Oh, Councillor Crook, you had a right of reply. No. Councillor Pattison to have the right of reply.
Thank you. I won't take very long because, as Councillor Hall points out, we've got perhaps bigger fish to fry tonight, or we need to spend a bit more time talking about the budget than anything else. But to assure Councillor Pinnock, all our services do work on a geographical needs assessment basis. I mean, there's no service that we would deliver that would not take into account the needs of a very particular community or geographical area. I mean, it would be very remiss, in fact, to illustrate in the council plan different community areas, because they would, I'm sure somebody would very quickly come up with saying, well, where's my area? Why is this town? Why is this village or this street not even mentioned? There are lots of different ways in which we make sure as a council that all our services are delivered where need is greatest, whatever that service may be. And we have lots of ways of determining that. You mustn't forget, of course, that this is very high level, is the council plan. It doesn't go into the detail of we will provide X number of bins to this street or anything else like that, nor will we provide X number of council homes, or we'll make these number of visits. That sort of detail is in the monitoring that takes place of the principles of the council plan, but this is high level, and it would be very, I say, remiss for us to pick out geographically specific areas without all that information, which is available to services and which they do use to provide services. Just to move very briefly, I mean, again, I think it's the same point to what Councillor Hall has asked for. I understand the issue and the problem that you've outlined, but that's not the one that could be addressed in a high-level council plan. We can say, as we do say, we want to protect the vulnerable, and the vulnerable include those people who have been, for whatever reason, perhaps accommodated in housing that's not suitable for their needs. And that's, we do want to do something about it, but it's that minute detail is not the council plan. We have lots of other strategies, needs assessments, where all that information will be held. So I can assure you that the monitoring that takes place on a quarterly basis of the council plan does include an assessment that Councillor Pinnock's looking for, and will also highlight some of the issues that Councillor Hall has raised. Councillor Davis, I do take your point about that one line. It could have perhaps been better written to have said all members rather than political groups. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote on the consoles, please. We're voting on the council plan. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That's carried then. Okay. Right then, we will move then to item 6. So, can I remind members that the mover of an amendment will have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 5 amendments to the motion have been received. All of the speakers, be they group leaders or not, will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, any decisions taken in relation to the budget, including amendments, shall be done by recorded vote. It has been agreed that Council Procedure 1812 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments will apply. Members are able to speak once on the Cabinet motion and on one more occasion on the submitted amendments. During speeches, members may make reference to the content of the motion or any of the published amendments at any point during the debate. So what we're going to do is, when somebody indicates to speak, we will ask, are they speaking to the amendments and or the motion? Okay? So you can speak to the amendments and then you can come back and speak to the motion if you haven't already done so in your original speech. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. In the event that neither the Cabinet motion nor any amendments are carried, I shall call an adjournment to allow for the discussion and submission of further amendments in accordance with CPR 19.5, and breakout areas have been allocated for groups. Under the provisions of Council Procedure 16.2, the meeting may continue past 9 p.m. if required, without a vote to extend the time of the meeting. All right? Okay. So I will now ask the Leader of the Council, Councillor Pattison, to present the motion of Cabinet.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, let me try and assure you that I won't be doing a trump tonight and I won't be making a long speech, or at least that's my intention. I'm particularly pleased to present this budget to the Council tonight, as it is the first budget which has had the full benefit of the new direction from central government. We can really see the difference that has made in this budget that we propose tonight. The government, for the first time in a long time, has financially recognised the value and the worth of local government through its fair funding review. It has listened to our pleas, local government pleas that is, to provide a long-term financial framework, and we have been given some certainty as a result of this 3-year budget settlement. Through the introduction of the fair funding review, areas such as ours have benefited from a greater account being taken of need and deprivation. This means that, as I said last year, we have really turned the corner this year. We are able to propose a balanced budget which is not at the expense of services, our staff or our residents. It helps us to meet our priorities, which we have already agreed tonight, protecting the vulnerable and helping all to thrive. We have worked hard over the last few years, despite the enormous cuts we have had to make, to bring about this stable budget. And we have had to make some really difficult decisions to do so. Decisions that no Labour administration should have to do or would want to do. But we are now here with a stable financial platform from which to not only work with our priorities, but to improve our vital services across the whole of Kirklees and to continue with our ambitious programme of investment in the Kirklees economy and infrastructure, helping to improve our local economic growth. Funding decisions within the budget are in line with the Council's priorities. This means that spending aims to improve services that residents and businesses rely on, as well as supporting local people who need Council's help the most. At the same time, budget decisions aim to bring communities together and invest in towns and villages across Kirklees. After years of uncertainty across local government, we have the opportunity tonight to fix the foundations of our budget as promised by the government. This hasn't been an easy task though. Despite a lot of additional funding being directed towards Kirklees based on our needs, we have still had to deal with and accommodate within this budget increases in costs and, more importantly, increases in demand. As we all know, children's and adult services between them make up the vast bulk of our budget. And about 75% of it goes on these services. And the growth in demand for both of them has been extraordinary over the last year or so. But we have met those additional costs in this budget and still have been able to direct funds to other services that the public are often more aware of, such as winter maintenance and environmental enforcement. It's not enough, it never will be probably, but as much as possible, we have directed funding to those services, amongst others. At the Overview and Scrutiny Management Committee a while back, when this was taken for, and presented to them, the budget, I was asked, what was my one top priority to fund from this budget? And of course, I couldn't answer that. There is no one service that we provide that is at the top of the list, nor should be. But just to reiterate, as I replied then, and I stand by this, that our priority has to be about protecting the vulnerable, be that the elderly, the disabled, children in care, children with special needs, the homeless, and those least able to cope in modern society. After that, we want to be able to improve the services that people see and feel most keenly, the things that make a difference to their everyday lives, be that the road infrastructure, fly tipping, environmental cleanliness, and fixing the basics so that the services that we provide are efficient and effective, easily accessed, and meet the public's needs without jumping through hoops of bureaucracy or complex web pages. This is why you will see that we have included in the budget some additional budget priorities we wish to meet. There are two ring-fence priorities in line with our commitment to protect the vulnerable, a homelessness prevention grant and a children's social care prevention grant, and then a list of 8 other priorities for funding. Additional funding to the wonderful Green Space Action Team, who do so much to clear the scourge of fly tipping. Tree management, ensuring that our increasing large green estate is safe and well managed. Playable spaces for children are not only maintained but are improved, and new equipment provided at a faster rate than currently they are able to do so. It's almost like the Forth Road Bridge at the moment. No sooner have you replaced something and then it comes back again to be maintained. Small highways safety issues that will improve the safety of our roads, avoiding those near misses or bumps, accidents that could have been avoided by, because of faded white lining, bad signage or something like that. Supporting the voluntary sector, which again, in recent years, has worked valiantly against the odds when faced with a lack of funding, with the withdrawal of funding, to provide the services that they do. We need to protect what we have and to help them grow the voluntary sector support that they give. In a time when youth unemployment is a really big issue, so many young people not being able to find a job or to get a foot on a career ladder, we have put more money into the budget for apprenticeships to help young people move on to fulfil their potential. Aids and adaptations need to be speeded up. We can see where the blockage is in making provision of aids and adaptations to the disabled, and we want to remove that. That's why, again, we are ensuring, or that's how we are ensuring the vulnerable are protected. Much of this budget, which is not so obvious, is about doing just that, removing blockages, streamlining services, improving access in line with our priority of getting the basics right. We have put money into planning to get planning applications dealt with faster and enforcement dealt with. We've put money into combat fly tipping. We've put money into SEND provision for children. We've put money into assisting people to live their lives well supported in their own homes. It means we will put more money into our winter maintenance service to keep Kirklees moving during extreme weather. And just in case you're wondering, following today's news stories, we haven't yet started on food collections at the doorstep, but yes, we've made provision in this year's budget to enable that to go ahead as soon as we are able. Tonight, we have the opportunity to set a budget that gives us stability and certainty for several years to come, which means dealing with the increases in demand and cost of services. And that's why we're proposing more than 20 million of extra funding for inflationary pressures and where demand for services is most acute. It includes 5.5 million extra to services for children and young people who need our support the most. It means 15.2 million increase in spending for adult social care so residents can live healthier and independent lives for longer. The budget also responds to demands for services that are needed by the most vulnerable in our community, including families who are homeless. Across our services, we are proposing a budget that the council can get the basics right for all residents and support the people who need our help the most. But we still owe it to council taxpayers to live within our means. That means the plans do include a 7.3 million reduction in revenue or revenue savings. This is the lowest savings requirement for the last 3 years and demonstrates the increasing sustainability of the budget. Savings are primarily focused on reducing the management and administration costs of services and retaining posts, or rather not retaining posts which are already vacant. And at long last, the new government has recognised that places like Kirklees need extra financial support. And that has given us the flexibility to make some changes to the proposals that we put forward in December to extend our budget priorities, as I've just already outlined. But this budget is also about the future, and we are looking forward. This year, we'll see the first stage of the Cultural Heart opened after a long wait, and filled with apprehension at times, but I think we can all see that it will have been worth the wait. The George Hotel here in Huddersfield and the Arcade in Dewsbury, both big, expensive projects coming to fruition, which will improve our town centres enormously in the long run. And we have an ambitious investment programme for the whole of Kirklees. The capital programme is 1.4 billion investment in our economy, and it will benefit families and communities in all parts of Kirklees. I mean, that does mean that 50 million has gone into the Dewsbury economy this year. The market, the arcade, housing, transport and cultural projects through a variety of funding sources. And I'm pleased to say that this year we have also included £35 million for a new leisure centre with pool in Dewsbury in the capital plan. 18 million for regeneration to towns outside Huddersfield and Dewsbury as well. The budget also means over 60 million in major transport schemes across Kirklees alongside our regional partners and government, and 20 million to maintain our road network in every part of the borough. The budget commits to completing that work, but we will continue to do it in a phased way to assess assessing the market conditions and economic climate at every step of the way. We are proposing a balanced budget, of course, so that planned spending matches the council's assessment of available income. The council must maintain a prudent level of reserves to protect services in case of the kind of economic shocks the country has seen in recent years happens again. This budget achieves those aims. Our budget was first proposed in December, and since then it has been open to consultation with the public and all members in a variety of different ways. It has been a transparent and prudent process. In fact, this has been one of the most open budget processes we have ever seen in Kirklees. But for a budget of this scale and ambition, there are bound to be differing views, and I look forward to debating them this evening. But before I finish, I want to thank the Council's finance team for all their skill and hard work in helping us to put the budget together. And I want to say thank you to the whole Council workforce as well for the tireless dedication that they show to providing our services. These have been difficult times for many of them, and I want to thank them all for continuing to serve residents with professionalism despite the uncertainty of the last few years. Finally, I want to thank all councillors who have been involved in this budget process throughout the past year, especially to those members who have put forward amendments tonight. It's one thing to criticise the council, it's quite another to put forward your own costed plan, and I respect your efforts, even I don't necessarily agree with them all. But I believe these cabinet proposals get the basics right. They give us the stability we need to deliver and improve services to residents, and they give us hope for the future. I commend the budget to the council. Thank you.
Okay, we will... is that seconded? Councillor Turner.
Second that and reserve the right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right. 13 minutes and 34 seconds. Okay. So we will now move on to the amendments as indicated earlier. 5 amendments have been received. Amendments will be moved and seconded consecutively in the order that they were received, after which a debate will take place. Okay, so we will hear all the amendments and then move to the debate. So, Councillor Cooper. And 34 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking officers for helping us with approaching the amendment this year, and their assistance is very much appreciated. The scourge of fly tipping is one that I'm sure many members are aware of within their own communities. We frequently are reporting it. I know other wards are as well. And it seems to be a never-ending battle that we have with these criminals. And we need to do much more to do something about that. I'm aware of amendments which have been put forward which talk about CCTV cameras and the need for those. And I'm supportive of those, not in our amendment, but I'm supportive of those general ideas of putting more and more pressure that we possibly can to catch these criminals who destroy our local environment. They need to be tackled. So one of the things that we're suggesting is a £100 reward for information leading to the prosecution of fly tippers. So things like vehicle registration numbers, names and addresses of companies perhaps that are throwing stuff out on the moors. We want to really put the pressure on this. Many of us here wouldn't need £100 to shop these people, but if it's something else we can do, that's great. And we're proposing to pay for this by reducing the money that's in our group budgets for administration. the money, which I actually think a lot of the time, a lot of these letters and things, we can actually do ourselves. We can actually put out ourselves. This is not a new proposal in terms of other councils. Other councils have done it. Merton Council, Greenwich Council, Wiltshire Council, and nearer here, Cannock District Council. So there are lots of councils which already successfully do such a scheme. So let's use that in our armoury of attack against these criminals and actually change, put the pressure on them for a change. Very much welcomed the additional money for road safety in the administration's budget, but we felt that we actually need the road safety to be on an area basis, so we can go on a programme of work, so we don't create new rat runs. So we have a project which gives safe streets on an area-wide basis. We've done too much pepper potting of schemes over the years, which have created, which have meant that traffic goes in a different direction and then causes another problem, another street. We want to permanently make areas safe for communities, and that's why we want an area-based scheme instead of a scheme which does pepper potting work, and it will make things better over time. We want to see ward budgets boosted. We've been, for so long, we used to have a 20k budget, we've now been reduced to a 10k budget. Now they're asking for more things. The services coming to us saying, can't you pay for that out of your ward budget? And so we want to actually have more money available for us to do projects in our own communities. Now, what we do realise is that some wards do a lot of good work, and there are occasionally wards which where not so much is going on, and the money does not get spent. And currently, under current rules, that money gets lost to all of us. What we're proposing is that actually that money is carried over and spread amongst the 23 wards, so it's not lost to community activity and community action. So we'd very much want that. So Christmas trees are one of those things which we've now been asked to pay for our ward budgets, which was once paid for through central funding. Similarly with grit bins, can you pay for an additional grit, a grit bin or an additional grit for your bins? So all the time, our very small ward budgets are being looked at by council central services to do things with. So we want to do that. So, climate bonds. Now, I know that the Conservatives are not over keen on climate bonds because it includes the word climate, and that's very scary for them because their light blue friends don't like it, and they're aping them rather a lot at the moment. So, a few things. What are climate bonds? Climate bonds are where we raise money from the community. We raise that money from the community, and that goes into, and that money will then replace some of the capital investment that we would normally get from other sources, such as the Public Works Loan Board. And again, lots of councils have raised millions in this way at low rates of interest and actually given a return on investment to the people, the local people who invest in it. So Warrington, Telford and Wrekin Council, Cotswold Council, Camden Council, Islington Council, and most recently Sheffield City Council, where they raised £1 million in 1 month from the community at rates similar to that of the Public Works Loan Board. And that money will go to put solar panels on schools, which will reduce their energy bills and make it more likely that they'll be able to save money on their energy bills to be able to afford to pay for teachers and things like that. So it's a win-win-win situation. And the Conservatives really should not be worried about climate bonds at all, because the very first council that introduced climate bonds was West Berkshire District Council, where they raised £1 million with 643 investors, a Conservative-led council, progressive Conservatives. So it is possible, which surprised me, if the truth be told. Anyway, so please vote for the Green Amendment. Lots to go at tonight. See you.
Is that seconded, Councillor Vicker? Oh. Thank you. we move to the amendment from the Conservative group. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start by echoing the comments of the leader in terms of the thanks to officers that have been working on the on all of the budget proposals and the work that's been done over the last year, working with all groups and with all members on this. But moving to our amendment, I'm happy to bring forward and propose my group's amendment this evening. At its heart, this is about focusing our limited resources on the everyday issues that residents raise with us week in, week out. It's about getting those basics right: cleaner streets, safer roads, accessible services, and supporting our local economy. Residents are clear about their priorities. We hear all the same complaints on the doorsteps. They want to see visible improvements in their towns and villages. They want to feel safe, and they want value for money. They want a council that listens and responds to practical concerns. This amendment delivers on those expectations. Firstly, we propose 2 hours free weekend car parking in all council-run car parks across Kirklees. Our towns and village centres are facing real difficulties. Local shops are competing not just with online retailers and big supermarkets, but with out-of-town areas offering free parking arrangements. This free weekend parking is a targeted, practical step to try and boost footfall, support our local businesses and help sustain our high streets. Secondly, we will prioritise safer streets through increased enforcement. Inconsiderate and dangerous parking is not just a minor irritation. It affects emergency access, pedestrian safety, especially school children, bin collections even, and the daily experience of residents trying to get around. By strengthening our enforcement capacity, we send a clear message that road safety and responsible behaviours do matter. Thirdly, and similarly, speeding and dangerous driving is also a critical concern. This amendment strengthens funding directed at improving road safety by increasing the funding available to the police so they can undertake more enforcement, something councillors have been having to use their ward budgets to provide because the West Yorkshire Mayor has not prioritised this sufficiently. We're also committed to investing in cleaning up Kirklees, and I'm pleased to see that the additional funding we secured in last year's budget has now been consolidated into the base budget. Clean streets matter. They shape pride in place, public health and perceptions of safety. We also address one of the most frequently raised concerns, the state of our roads. Potholes damage vehicles and undermine confidence in the local roads and infrastructure. Again, I'm pleased to see that the additional funding which we secured for road repairs last year is now consolidated into this budget, and our amendment sees a further £5 million added to this budget, bringing the total to £14 million across 4 years. Poor maintenance of children's play areas directly affects our children and their families. If they are unattractive and look neglected, this discourages use. Our amendment here will increase funds available to ensure that these play areas are properly maintained, recognising that there is an ongoing programme of capital improvements as well. Winter resilience, again, another practical policy. Updating gritting routes and improving grit bin provision will ensure that all towns and villages get a fair share of the support that they need and will be supported during severe weather. Fairness and preparedness for extreme weather should underpin our strategy. We will also seek to address fairness in recycling access, particularly for residents in North Kirklees following the closure of Nab Lane. Exploring cross-border arrangements and extending access where possible is about that equity. No resident should feel disadvantaged just based on geography. Finally, we recognise the enormous contribution of volunteers and community groups. Encouraging them to care for their communities helps build stronger, more resilient communities. Too often they are discouraged by unnecessary bureaucracy. By cutting red tape and giving community organisations a stronger voice, we enable residents themselves to be part of the solution. A volunteer panel that comments on proposed changes that may impact them will help get this balance right. A modern council should empower communities, not drown them in red tape and forms. Madam Mayor, this amendment doesn't attempt to solve everything. We have not sought to fund political gimmicks or pet projects by cutting funding for the vulnerable who need our support to adapt their homes to keep them safe, as some would suggest. Nor, at a time when this government has delivered the highest rate of youth unemployment in Europe, have we sought to cut off opportunities for young people by cutting apprenticeships. This would be a shameful step to take, and I'd urge those considering this to think again. Instead, we've concentrated on services that most directly affect our residents' daily lives. In a challenging financial climate, clarity of priorities matters more than ever. This amendment demonstrates that we've listened to residents and we've shaped our proposals around practical outcomes rather than abstract ambitions and pet projects. I commend this amendment to the Council and urge members to support it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded, Councillor Hall? Hang on a minute, Councillor Hall. Can whoever's got the electronic device? Do you? Okay. All right. Are you all right, Councillor Pinnock? Okay, all right, as long as you're okay. Councillor Hall.
Seconded, Madam Mayor, and reserved to write. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move to the amendment from the Community Alliance Group. Councillor Scott, I believe, to move the amendment.
And I'd like to commend the officers for the time and effort they have spent on this. And I think it's been a trying time for the Section 151 in particular, trying to get the books balanced, so we do appreciate what is done. So tonight, this debate is not theatrical. It's about real people, real priorities. For the past year, Community Alliance members have stood in this chamber raising the same everyday issues residents raise with us constantly. Not grand headlines, but practical things that affect people's lives. Burial land provision is needed now. Families deserve certainty. They deserve dignity. They deserve to know where the land in Dewsbury will be secured and when. That is why we have not just talked about it. We have put the money in a budget to acquire it, to move from discussions to delivery. We have also put funding in the place to reopen the dry side of Dewsbury Sports Centre. Residents have waited long enough. We cannot keep saying wait for a master plan while facilities remain closed and communities feel overlooked. And that word, wait, is something our residents are tired of hearing. We are told to wait for the strategy, wait for the master plan, and wait for the long-term capital vision. But the stark reality is the funding for the replacement leisure facilities is going to be on a phased allocation up to 2032-33. That is when, hopefully, they're saying, the centre opens, the new sports centre opens. And throughout that period, there are still things that need to be done. It's about the designs, the approval to be built, and realistically, that will take us into the 2030s. That means a child starting primary school in Dewsbury or in Batley today could complete their entire education without ever having access to local public sports centre. That is an entire childhood without these facilities. A whole generation growing up without affordable access to swimming, sport, safe community spaces. You do not get them years back, and we've heard that many times in this chamber. While communities are told to wait, costs rise. Projects become more expensive and trust is then eroded. Ambition is important, but ambition without delivery on the basics is not enough. Our amendment focuses on tangible priorities, strengthening homeless outreach, securing burial land, reopening community sports facilities, investing in our highways, in numerous roads across Kirklees, particularly in North Kirklees, where the desperation is there. There's also traffic calming measures, supporting libraries and civic services, increasing ward budgets across all 23 wards. These are not abstract ideas, they are practical and deliverable actions. This amendment is fully costed, it's deliverable, and it begins to rebalance investment fairly across Kirklees. For 12 months, we have raised these issues. Tonight, we are matching words with action. Community Alliance chooses action over delay, delivery over promises, and fairness for all our communities, because our residents cannot live in a master plan. They live in reality of our decisions that we're going to be making here today. So, Madam Mayor, I formally move the Community Alliance Amendment as set in the papers before everyone in this council, and I do ask members to think carefully and try and support it. Thank you.
Is that seconded, Councillor Ahmed?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'll be speaking on this amendment now. I won't go through every item on the budget amendment. You can see that through the agenda papers that you've got today. This amendment reflects something fundamental, our responsibility to care for the well-being of all residents. Across Kirklees, people are facing real challenges. Some are struggling financially, some feel isolated, some are worried about access to services and support. This amendment responds to those concerns in a practical and compassionate way. It includes dedicated funding for homelessness, outreach and support, recognising that early intervention can prevent hardship and help people regain stability and dignity. This amendment commits capital investment to major highway improvements. For example, in my ward, Low Road in Thornhill, Lees Home Estate in Thornhill Lees, Savile Road in Savile Town, and traffic calming measures on Brewery Lane in Thornhill Lees, supporting road safety, resurfacing, accessibility, and safer neighbouring routes. It restores investment in community facilities such as sports centres, libraries, places that support well-being, connection and opportunity, prioritising the reopening of the dry side of Dewsbury Sports Centre. This amendment brings forward capital investment to begin delivery of additional burial land capacity in Dewsbury. Residents should not have to travel outside their community at one of the most difficult times in their lives. Burial provision is about dignity, culture, faith and fairness. This funding enables land identification, acquisition, planning and phased development, ensuring families have access to local burial provision. It strengthens community cohesion and supports voluntary organisations whose work is often essential in reaching those most in need. Madam Mayor, this budget amendment is not about short-term gestures. It's about building stronger, healthier and more supported communities. It's a balanced, responsible and rooted in care for people we serve. I'm proud to second this budget, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the Liberal Democrat Group amendment. Can Councillor Lawson to move the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to add my thanks to officers, Section 151 Officer Kevin Mulvaney and the team, and to all the departments who've worked with us during the year and given their advice and their hard work. It's been much appreciated. I think groups have had a better amendment setting experience this year, notwithstanding it went down to the wire again. I think that there are learning points for us all, but good to have the budget book and those earlier conversations to help us develop the themes. Just to add a bit of context before I come to our amendments, I think it's important to mention the council tax element of the budgets being set right across the country this year. I think the majority of people now understand that the council tax system in the UK is broken. While we accept that the multi-year settlement makes financial planning a little bit more certain, in fact, I can go stronger than that. It's been very welcome. We've all been crying out for it for years. There has to be a fairer way of funding local spending. The Institute of Fiscal Studies has called the system outdated and arbitrary. We couldn't agree more. We only have to look at the council tax support arrangement to see how grossly unfair it is on people of low income. With no national support system, it's up to local authorities to do their best, depending on the local financial situation as well as the wider economic factors. Support is literally down to your postcode. And in what world is that fair or even morally acceptable? Liberal Democrats have long said fix the council tax or scrap it in favour of a fairer system. Look again at the 2007 Lions review that Labour undertook, and if we don't fix it, councils become weaker and weaker as time goes on. The glaring example at the moment is the 2% social service precept, an unfair burden on local people and authorities to pay what should be a national bill. Again, inequality designed by geography with people given no choice and no voice. In our amendment, we attempt to illustrate how we can try to resist and reverse a trend to take that element of choice and voice away from residents and councillors. Against the backdrop of the further devolved powers of the mayoral authorities and the narrowing opportunities for local voices in things like regeneration spending or planning, we must back our residents and our businesses. We must listen to their experiences, their knowledge and their needs. Like most of the other groups' amendments, we have set our sights on increasing the ward budgets. They're managed by ward councillors to promote local groups and schemes with an emphasis on tackling isolation, promoting community participation and helping improve their local areas. Others will speak more on this, but it has produced some fantastic results across the borough, and I mean across the borough. I think what we're finding today in looking across the amendments is there's actually quite a lot of fertile imagination going on, a lot of good ideas going on, and that plays out in the ward budget itself. That's where we get to really sort of go, right, okay, we've got an idea, let's run with that, or the public have got an idea, let's run with that. And that should be supported as much as we can. The promotion of the second round of consultation on the town and parish councils is important enough, we feel, to warrant an identified expenditure to highlight just how important they can be. They don't just argue about the authority of Jack Weaver, I can assure you of that. They can make real contributions, and they do make real contributions. And they're a space where local voices have access to decisions being made about them. We have in there a feasibility study for a new gyratory system in Ravensthorpe. The area has been beset by congestion and air quality issues for years, and it's about time a pinch point that disrupts the whole constituency was addressed. We hope that such a study, once made, will provide almost a shovel-ready scheme for devolved community authority and highways money. instead of plans being made in Leeds, then being implemented without listening to residents. We have repurposed some of the later years capital from our Cultural Heart project into extending the programme to repair unclassified roads in our communities. It's what people want. We've heard tonight about getting the basics right. These are the basics that matter to people. We've made provision for a £2 million biddable catch-up fund for those high streets and grot spots that we all have in our ward, yet still have no money attached to them. The ones not covered by open space funds, for example. It's not a huge amount in the whole scheme of things, but councillors putting forward bids suggested by residents and decided on by cross-party panel of councillors in a similar way to the new homes bonus was, seems like a way of bringing in a little control back to residents when things that impact the quality of their life happen out of the blue often, and often to satisfy a policy or a spending programme designed remotely and in the abstract. When the Liberal Democrats come into power in local authorities, we don't say, we're the boss now. We ask the residents what they need. When that's done well, and it's pursued persistently, it works. We've all seen it. The Liberal Democrat amendment is put forward in the spirit of reviving and promoting local participation. It is as ambitious as time and financial constraints have allowed. It is fully costed. I commend it to Council in the hope that it can be voted for. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded, Councillor Davies?
Reserve the right.
Thank you. We will now move to the amendment from the Independent Kirklees Community Independence Group. Councillor Greaves to move the amendment.
Again, before I start with the amendment, I would like to express my thanks to officers for their support, in particular to Kevin, who I think had a bit of a challenging time with me in drafting this, to say the least. We got there. And also to the rigour that he made all groups adhere to. I think in the past we've seen some unfairness in how amendments have been presented, and I think under Kevin's guidance that's not been the case this year. I would like to just remind people that actually the main budget, which covers hundreds of millions of pounds of expenditure, does already incorporate a lot of the pressures and demands that the council's facing. And that whilst we're talking about these amendments tonight, they're pretty small in relation to that main budget that's being passed. A lot of focus seems to have been on the detail in these amendments as opposed to what's been taken out of the main budget from last year. And I think people will realise a lot more as time passes by about what cuts have been made when and how. The other bit I'd like to cover is, and I have raised this before in the chamber recently, and it's regarding the supposedly fantastic financial settlement that we've had from the government. So we've seen government headlines saying that Kirklees has got £146 million more for the term of this Parliament, but that's not really true. That's based upon year-on-year maximum increases in council tax for our residents. That's central government stating in their figures that we're going to have to do that to be anywhere remotely close to meeting the needs of our residents. It's almost taken the decision away from us all. But that's supposedly the fair funding settlement. And it's not just residents who are going to have to pay a lot more. We're also going to see some of our businesses having to pay more through their business rates. When we actually looked at the analysis of it, the £146 million actually looked to be closer to £50 million of new money coming from the government, of which 20 million had already been expected for many years and been delayed. So we kind of thought that the bonus money would be £30 million, and that's over the lifetime of the Parliament. And that'd be helpful, but perhaps one thing to point out, that's also the same amount of money that we're now not going to be contributing into the pension fund for our staff following the actuarial review for the investment returns. So do I say thank you to the government for the £30 million, or do I say thank you to the investment management at West Yorkshire Pension Fund for having done so well for us? What it does mean is, if that had never happened, the supposed bonus money we'd have got from government wouldn't have even touched the sides of where we're at. I think there's been a lot of good spin and presenting on the £146 million fair funding settlement. I think there's a lot lacking in the detail. On to our amendment. So, bear in mind the main budget covers the bulk of what the council's going to do. This amendment is focused on the key frontline issues that affect everyone every day. There are no grand schemes, no photo shoots, just simple issues that residents raise every single day and that have fallen so behind over the years. So we removed the Labour budget priorities to replace them with things that people see and feel and actually want. Pretty much the essentials. This amendment is about providing the funding to allow the council teams to get ahead of the jobs, to move from a reactive response to proactive management and the efficient use of resources, to replace firefighting with planned maintenance, with spending today to save in the future. I think every member in this chamber will have seen the potholes and the state of our roads and how hit and miss the repairs are, how we've had repairs poorly done that have come unstuck within days, the cost that must be involved with that, the fact that 2 potholes have been filled and only metres away is another pothole, but it wasn't on the list, so we'll be coming out again to do that. That's all based upon a highways department that is almost broke. It needs the money to do the job the right way. And our amendment is also about realities that it need to act now. The money provided in our budget amendment will not be enough to solve these problems, but it will help. We've provided £100,000 to undertake an LGA-led review of the council's management arrangements from chief executive all the way down. The review will look at the council's executive and management structures, its supervisory layers and the spans of control underneath them. This review will help to lead the council into becoming a leaner and more agile body with fewer management layers and greater empowerment of all staff. The implementation of the review would be expected to be cost neutral over the term of the budget plan, through drawdowns and paybacks to reserve may be required to cover transformation costs. Once the implementation is completed, it is intended that the long-term savings would be split, with half going towards increasing the devolved ward budgets, with the other half going towards reserves. We're also keen to put more money into winter maintenance, but we believe our residents really value gritting. So over the budget period, we've looked to put over £1 million into extending the current grit route by 60 kilometres all across Kirklees. Residents would always prefer to be on a ploughed and gritted route, and whilst the snow wardens and the grit bins help, it is not the same as being on a priority route. The main budget provides additional funding to tackle fly tipping, but we want to see the council do more than just tidy up the dump sites. We want the council to deter fly tippers by fighting back and prosecuting offenders at every opportunity. This amendment provides funding to purchase covert surveillance cameras and to utilise them in the battle against the fly tippers. Once fly tippers fear prosecution, we're confident that the rate of fly tipping will fall. And the current arrangement for parking enforcement leans towards revenue protection at charging car parks, but this leaves vulnerable locations without regular enforcement. With this amendment, we'll look to provide for 4 additional parking officers who will work with ward councillors to identify priorities in each ward. These roles will be part funded from the revenue expected to generate from issuing tickets, But importantly, they're not there to generate income. Their focus will be on making sure that our school gates are safe, that our doctors and surgeries can be accessed by all, and that pavement obstruction is tackled, and that our footways are safe to walk on. All the rain that we've had has highlighted yet another weakness in our highway system, and that's with the drains and blocked gullies. Even when reported, they seem to be left. This amendment will provide an additional team to work across highways, to work across Kirklees to help highways get back on the front foot and clearing out the gullies before they create road hazards. Planned maintenance is what people want the council to go back to, tackling a problem before it becomes one. Whilst this work is often overlooked, it can be the difference between an accident or not. So this amendment will also add in additional 3-year funding to the road lining and street signage budgets to enable them to catch up on their backlog of works, to make sure that the paint and signage across Kirklees is in good condition and performing its task properly so as to prevent accidents. This amendment will also increase ward budgets to give councillors more flexibility to respond to local priorities and to act faster for residents instead of relying solely on central pots and having to justify these requests to officers. How this money is actually used will be down to the ward councillors. And our long-term ambition is to see this funding greatly increased. No one can be in any doubt that our entire road network is crumbling in front of us. No one, that seems, except for Labour. This amendment will add £10 million to the road budget over the planned term in order to fund sectional and patching repairs as the first stage of recovering the road network. The current plan of just filling potholes is not working. The problem is now too big to be tackled this way, and potholes are returning within days to be refilled. Large areas of potholes need patching properly, and whole lengths of road and junctions need curb-to-curb sectional repairs. Working tactically with this funding means highways can address the worst sections of our road in order to keep the whole network running. This amendment is about realities. The money we have taken from the 5th stage of the cultural heart won't make any real difference because there's simply enough money to complete that phase anyway, whether Labour are ready to accept it now or later. It's too much too far. They really do need to think again and focus on what they can deliver with the funding that is now left. But rather than sit on all this money, we want to see it invested in our crumbling road network. So we have taken £5.5 million of this money to put towards our £10 million road plan. It won't be enough to solve the problem, but it will help. Whilst there is much to criticise this Labour cabinet for, this amendment is about independent councillors bringing forward solutions to address the concerns of all of our residents. No big schemes, just thousands of small jobs that need doing properly. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Councillor Joe Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I rise to second the independent budget amendment. It's an amendment that will see extra funding for the basics that for far too long have been ignored and neglected. The essentials that our residents contact us about on a daily basis. No grandiose schemes, just an attempt to tackle and give funding for the things that matter to all our residents across the whole of Kirklees. This amendment would see additional funding for equipment for fly tipping enforcement. I'm sure all of us present have had the conversations with residents which starts with just get some cameras up. But unfortunately, there aren't the cameras there at present for the environmental enforcement team to use. Cameras do work. Many of you will probably recall me coming and talking in this chamber about fly tipping, about Hughes Hill Park and the fly tipping on the play area there. Well, when we finally got CTV, it worked and it stopped the fly tipping. Another common theme in my inbox, and no doubt to others, is parking, especially at school drop-off and pick-up times, and the perceived lack of enforcement for those that park inappropriately. This amendment
would not only give additional funding for parking enforcement, but would allow a more structured, ward-based approach to enforcement, with parking enforcement working in partnership with local councillors. When it snows, how many of us get, "We need to be on a gritting route" emails? Lots of us. Most residents want to be able to travel, if they have to, safely. This amendment will see an extension to the gritting route, again, across the whole of Kirklees. As Councillor Greaves has alluded, our roads are crumbling. It's gone past the stage for a lot of the roads within Kirklees to just fill the potholes because they come back. Now is the time to give extra money to actually for roads resurfacing, to the roads that are causing damage to residents' cars that are unsafe to drive on. And I often get, all of the road drains are blocked. Why aren't Kirklees cleaning them? You have to explain that there isn't the facilities to actually clean the gullies. There isn't a proactive service that's actually going round and inspecting them. It's reactive. When there are reports, they will come and clean them. And this amendment will again see the backlog tackled to some extent. This amendment is about the basics that we as councillors and Kirklees Council should be providing. And I would urge everybody here tonight to consider voting for it, because our residents deserve to see results.
Thank you. The motion and amendments have now been moved and seconded. Are there any comments on the amendments or original motion? Can I remind all members, please, to be clear on whether you're speaking on the amendments or the motion? Okay. So, are there any comments? Councillor Anthony Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, fellow councillors, I'd like to speak to the Liberal Democrat amendment, please. So the Liberal Democrat amendment is a budget of choices and voices. At a time when this authority faces heavy constraints from SEND and adult social care to children's services, we are offering a different path, one that moves away from the democratic deficit of centralisation and puts some power back into the hands of the people we represent. Our proposal to increase ward budgets by £5,000 per ward, rising to £7,000 in subsequent years, is about more than just money. It's about the Liberal Democrat value that decisions should be made as close to the people they affect as possible, and, wherever possible, replacing distant top-down governance with a system built on trust and empowerment of our local communities. Ward budgets provide discretionary spending that reaches the specific parts of our communities that central council services often overlook. In other words, it reaches the parts of our communities that council services either can't or won't reach. Whether it's funding for a craft club to tackle isolation, supporting community events, or investing in a scheme that puts pride back into a street, village or town. Ward councillors are the ones best placed and who truly know the needs of their communities. We believe residents are more than capable of identifying and addressing local need without having to wait for grand central schemes. Ward budgets empower our local communities to do just that. And restoring Pride in Place is another important theme. And the £2 million Pride in Place catch-up fund is our commitment to the everyday environment of our local residents. It's a community-led prioritisation plan. This fund will enhance residential and local shopping areas based on the priorities of residents and their local councillors. Projects that are co-produced by their community are better welcomed and better owned by the people who live there. By focusing on smaller local areas, we ensure that investment isn't just swallowed up by major town centre projects, but it is shared fairly across the borough. And the final piece of our amendment I'd like to speak to is just the one on proactive infrastructure or around drains and gullies. We are proposing a specific review to identify gully and drain hotspots. This is important as it will aid flood prevention. Block gullies are a major contributor to local flooding, and we want to catch these problems before they become road hazards. This amendment also seeks to improve the efficiency in this area by moving from reactive firefighting to proactive identification, and the scheme will therefore save money and help to prevent the distress caused by flood damage and the disruption. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cahoot.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the Leader of the Council for her budget. I'll be speaking on the budget, but I also want to thank everyone for their proposed amendments. And when looking at the budget that had been proposed, it makes reference, unlike a lot of the other amendments, make reference to things which appeal to all of us. So the 2 hours free car parking was nice, and lots of some of the other things mentioned are good. But the main budget refers to the spend on the George Hotel, and that's offset and balanced by the investment in the Dewsbury Market and the arcade, and budgeting £35 million for the new Dewsbury Sports Centre. So that sounds really attractive, and everyone's probably thinking, wow, that's really nice of you, thank you very much. But as I was driving in to the meeting today on the Ring Road, I drove past the beautiful sports and leisure facility that Huddersfield has. It's absolutely huge, yeah? Probably the size of the whole of Huddersfield Town Centre. And I know that the Labour Party and the leader often probably feel that the independents accuse them of neglecting Dewsbury and Batley, and that's not the case, because clearly here there's £35 million for the Dewsbury Sports Centre, there's the Dewsbury Arcade, and there's the Dewsbury Market investment. But if you compare and look at what's happened with reference to the Dewsbury Sports Centre and the Huddersfield Sports Centre, both of those were developed in the 1970s. The Huddersfield Sports Centre was 1973, and the Dewsbury Sports Centre was somewhere in the 1970s. Now what you have here is, in 2009, the council prepared for and identified that there was, the Huddersfield Sports Centre was run down, and plans were passed, and money was signposted to rebuild the Huddersfield Sports Centre. Now, work began in 2011, and Huddersfield was without a sports centre from 2013 to 2015 when the sports centre was complete. That was 2 years. Now, the Dewsbury Sports Centre, on the other hand, has been open for 50 years. So the plans for the Huddersfield Sports Centre began when it had been in existence for about 30 years, right? After 50 years, Dewsbury Sports Centre was suddenly shut down. There was no foresight, no monitoring of its condition, and it was suddenly, a rack was identified and it was suddenly shut down. And now we're being told that there's £35 million for it to open at some point in the future. It's already been 3 years since the residents of Dewsbury are without a sports centre. So, the budget doesn't reflect the immediate needs of the Batley and Dewsbury people. It would cost the George Hotel investment is an investment of 7.5% of the entire budget. The entire budget, 7.5% of that is going to be required for the investment in the George Hotel, £30 million. And it's a huge risk, And even if that is successful, we'll be lucky to get that return on that investment within 20 years. We'll be lucky to get that in 20 years. The point that we're making is Dewsbury Sports Centre has immediate needs. To open the wet side and the dry side would cost £10 million. And there's no reason why plans couldn't be put into place and immediate progress couldn't be made with that. So that it could be, it could have a facelift. The works could be done very, very quickly. So this is evidence that the council has for years prioritised, planned ahead for the needs of Huddersfield and neglected North Kirklees. I will be voting for a motion that looks and puts the immediate needs of North Kirklees, my residents of Batley West and the residents of Dewsbury, the neighbouring areas, equal and if not slightly above the immediate needs of the George Hotel, which I don't think is going to benefit the people of Huddersfield or the residents of North Kirklees at all in the near future. Thank you for listening.
Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking to the amendments. Just speaking to, not for. Yeah. Just a couple of comments on some of them. I mean, firstly, just on the Green Party one. I mean, I think it is an unbelievably bad idea to try to encourage people to provide information with a reward. I just think if people have information that is relevant to enforcement, they should be providing that anyway. I think it's a gimmick and people obviously try to game that system. We're talking about £10,000, I think, so we're talking about £100. I think it feels to me like a gimmick. I don't think that's something I would want to support. On the Conservative, the one thing I just wanted to mention, I know this probably isn't necessarily everybody's opinion, but on the Operation Trimberg stuff, I have a little bit of I know many members have been using that from war budgets. I just have a concern generally about the council becoming the funder of police activities. And I appreciate what you were saying, that maybe we need to be speaking to the mayor about that, to the police, to our MPs, whoever that may be, that we're not getting that right resource. But I just feel, why as a council would we specifically fund the police on something such as road safety as opposed to any other important things the police might do? And personally, I just don't think that's quite the right thing to be doing. I just wanted to say about on the Community Alliance one, on Dewsbury Sports Centre. I'm a little bit confused, to be honest, because I think this is a really good example of what we were talking about in the council plan in terms of how do we listen to residents and how do we then move forward. And I think, as a member sat here, I've listened to lots of representations from people from Dewsbury who are saying they need a sports centre. And we've taken that on board and said that we agree with that and we want to provision that and we want to put the money forward. And then I read this amendment that seems to be saying, take some money away from that proposal and put it into trying to opening a building that's back up, that's not fit for purpose, that doesn't deal with the swimming pool, lack of swimming pool and so on. You know, Councillor Cahoot made a really important point that when you have these scenarios, right, and you need to build a new sports centre either because of an issue like this or like in Huddersfield where it was out of use, it was out of date, sometimes you are going to get a gap in provision. You can't click your fingers and a sports centre appear within 5 minutes. But we've got to moving in the right direction, and to me, this feels like a win-win for everybody, and I don't understand why. I just fail to understand what the problem is and what the argument we're having on it is. The final thing I want to say is on the other independent one. I think this is I just would fundamentally disagree with the principle that what you've put forward are the key priorities for Kirklees. You know, it's clearly an important distinction. We've got our priorities. You want to take the money away from our priorities and put them into different priorities, which is to do with roads, basically, as far as I can see. I just can't agree with that as a principle. I agree with the fact that roads need stuff doing on them and things like that, but I think in terms of priorities, I don't think it's going to, one, touch the size, or two, deliver as much benefit to the key things we were talking about in terms of deprivation and stuff before. And I would also say that I really think that the idea that we should massively extend gritting networks, to me, just doesn't seem sensible. We've sat through 2 months of drizzle and 7 degrees, where there's been probably very limited need for gritting in a lot of places. Appreciate there's some higher routes in places. Is that really the focus? Is that what... Of course, every time it's bad weather, residents say, I want my road gritted or my road snow ploughed. But in the scheme of things, I don't think right now is the time to be saying that's where the massive extension in monies is needed. So for those reasons, I wouldn't support that. So those are my main comments, Mayor. Thanks very much.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that many people want to speak, so I will be brief, I promise. Setting the budget is, of course, a complex process, and with the fragmented councils we have today, it's unlikely that consensus, or even a majority view, will be reached easily or quickly. Pragmatically, we are searching for a budget which will cause the least offence to the greater part of the chamber, whilst doing the best we can for our residents. Whilst I will speak in passing to several of the amendments, it's my intention to focus on some common themes between different amendments rather than on specific amendments. But before I do that, Madam Mayor, I must say that I am struck by the Green Party amendment looking to remove adherence to the green electricity premium. Now, I have no objection to this, believing as I do that the Council should secure the lowest possible energy prices. I am left to wonder if this marks the final pivot of that party from supporting the environment, as it did in its origins, towards focusing on international relations. Be as it may. In common, I suspect, with many colleagues, I've been trying very hard over the last couple of years to have road markings, including zebra crossings, renewed or replaced in my ward, but without much success, in fact, without any success. Such markings are not merely nice to have as optional extras, they are vital to road safety. Whilst the administration does propose a relatively modest uplift to the road lining and marking budget, I am alarmed that a number of the submitted amendments seek to reverse this. Road safety is of great importance and features highly on the list of priorities of our residents. I do not think it's sensible to block or withdraw any increase on this budget line, and I do not think this is in the best interest of our residents to do so. Reducing road safety provision is a saving too far for me. There are also a number of amendments calling for the reduction or removal of a proposed uplift to green space action budgets. I think these calls are short-sighted. Green Space Action Team has a very large remit, which notably includes dealing with fly tipping, rampant roadside vegetation and cleaning road signs. All of these are priorities for our residents, well, at least they are for mine in Kirkburton Ward. I do not see these as optional extras either. Rather, they are core council functions. They have impacts and major impacts on highway safety. To sum up, Madam Mayor, I am opposed to moves to compromise road safety by reducing white line and zebra crossing markings, by renewals, by reducing tackling roadside vegetation, which forces pedestrians into the carriageway, and by reducing the cleaning of road signs. I am also opposed to anything which would impact the ability of this council to tackle the scourge of fly tipping. Some savings are not worth contemplating. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm speaking on the Lib Dem amendment today. There are approximately 9,000 parish and town councils in England. Who knew? They represent the tier of local government that should be arguably the most connected to local residents. They can act as a focus for local opinion. They can help resolve problems in ways that are the most appropriate for their communities. It may be that there is a slight misconception in the mind of the public in relation to the role of town and parish councils, in that they may be perceived as some minor old-fashioned body that provide hanging baskets and public seats and are largely irrelevant. Parish and town councils, however, have powers and duties conferred on them by Parliament that enable them to do much more, such as neighbourhood plans, where local residents can actually shape what happens in their area, or village plans that can enable the growth of vibrant communities. They can raise objections to planning applications. They can take enforcement action against those who fly post, graffiti, or those who litter. They can maintain footpaths and bridleways, plant trees, plant grass verges. They provide clock grants, village improvement grants, seed funding for start-up groups, and larger sums of funding to help bring projects and ideas to life in our communities, such as galas and festivals. In short, they can help improve and enhance the areas we live in, working with local people, placing them at the heart of communities. Following the recent community review consultation, the Lib Dem group feel it is clear much more needs to be done to promote them. This is especially important due to the ever-increasing disparity between decisions taken by this authority and wishes of residents, where the rights of residents to respond to planning matters, highways issues or open spaces in that decision-making progress is now much reduced. We therefore propose £10,000 to finance the promotion of the Kirklees Community Review consultation to help improve public perception of parish and town councils, help strengthen the ties between residents and local government, and highlight the important role that parish councils and town councils play. Thank you.
Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of this Labour budget proposal and mention just a few of the very positive achievements and aspirations that it supports. Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm extremely proud of the work that we have done and of the plans for the future. We have, as the leader quite rightly puts it, turned a page in Kirklees and reversed the devastating pattern of decline from the austerity years. Working alongside and hand in hand with our partner Labour councils in West Yorkshire, our Labour Mayor Tracy Brabin and our National Labour Government, we have and we will deliver so much more for our residents and our places. The fair funding settlement for local government this year, including recognition of our too long ignored needs, the certainty over a multi-year period, the growth of our regional devolution and the integrated funding settlement that comes with that, all means we can deliver and achieve so much more. All of this change and growth has contributed to a sense of momentum, a clear sense that across Kirklees and West Yorkshire we're moving towards a better and a more prosperous future. More prosperous for all of us, not just the few, working for a fairer and actually an exciting future with more opportunity for all of us to achieve our potential. In my areas of responsibility, this is demonstrated clearly by the transformation of our housing service, which I won't dwell on. Everyone is aware of how passionately I feel about giving our tenants a decent, warm and secure home, a basis to achieve their potential and the best starting life, and how the hugely significant transformation of the service has set us on a path to being a compliant and ultimately an exemplary housing service. And I would like to thank both the Regulator of Social Housing and officers for their support in this transformation. I do also just want to note the parallel sister service of Housing Solutions. Homelessness is an indictment on us all, in Kirklees and nationally, and I am so grateful to the officers who have turned this around, reversing the trend here and working tirelessly to improve this picture for our residents. We have reduced homelessness demand, and something I'm particularly proud of, significantly reduced our use of inappropriate bed and breakfast style accommodation. Again, I won't go into a lot of detail, but in the last 12 months we have delivered a reduction in households with children going into bed and breakfast temporary accommodation by 2/3, and we are now compliant with government targets for keeping any emergency use below 6 weeks. A huge achievement, and going further and ending the use of bed and breakfast is an ongoing priority for this administration, for me personally, and a priority delivered through our budget. We have plans underway and gathering pace to deliver a transformation of our transport infrastructure, with bus franchising, the Transpennine Route Upgrade Project and Northern Powerhouse Rail, not forgetting our ongoing work to deliver improvements on the Penistone Line, and I will thank my MP Paul Davis for his ongoing support in this position. Access to transport is a key issue for our residents, and all of this huge investment will allow more of us to get to work, to education, access social events, and reduce our burden on the environment. Finally, I want to mention some other key priorities. Delivering regeneration in our town centres, with many once-in-a-generation projects underway. Our cultural heart, our town centre master plans, new bus stations, the George Hotel, and a new leisure centre for Dewsbury, a fully funded reality in our budget here today. We have investigated bottlenecks or blocks in delivery of housing adaptations, and we have invested to support residents through difficult times. We have invested to speed delivery of new play equipment to serve our young people, and we have funded further apprenticeships so that the council does its bit to create opportunity for the next generation. All of this positive progress, this momentum, aligns with our council plan and is delivered through our budget. The future for Kirklees is bright, it is fairer and it is more prosperous. This is a positive, forward-looking budget proposal, developed with the support of fantastic Kirklees council officers. It provides financial stability, sensible, equitable and responsible investment, and the foundations for a more prosperous and a more equal future for Kirklees. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Bellamy. Councillor Bellamy.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be speaking on the independent amendment. Now, there's a lot of nice talk in that amendment, no grand schemes and just the essentials. But when you look at what actually is in it, it's a long list of new spending, new posts, new teams, new schemes, new reviews and big capital spending, without a proper long-term plan to pay for it all. They say this is about moving from reactive to proactive. Well, that sounds right in principle, but proactive services cost more up front, and they cost more every year after that. This amendment creates permanent new costs and then waves its hands at future savings and efficiencies to cover the bill. That's not realism. That's crossing your fingers with public money. Take the £100,000 management review. We're being asked to spend real money now on a promise that savings might come later, or may be cost neutral. There's no business case, no numbers, and no timetable. If we're serious about scrutiny, we shouldn't be signing off consultancy spend on hope, because hope is not a funding stream. They also say transformation costs can be covered by reserves and paid back later. Well, that's treating reserves a little bit like a credit card, spending now and hope to pay it back later. Reserves are there to protect the council when things go wrong, not to underwrite risky budgeting. On the fly tipping, they fund new cameras and call that a solution. Buying cameras is probably the easy part. The expensive part is the ongoing maintenance and the staff time to monitor footage, build cases and take prosecutions forward year after year. And those costs aren't properly set out. Cameras don't enforce the law, people do. On highways, they're proposing a big borrowing funded programme with no clear asset plan, no life cycle modelling and no explanation on how borrowing costs are handled if rates rise. Borrowing without a long-term plan isn't realism, it's pushing just today's bills into tomorrow's council. This amendment confuses slogans and solutions. It confuses ambitions with affordability, and it confuses headlines and responsibility. The financial plans that have to work year on year, these need to be there, and I'm afraid that this amendment just doesn't have them. Thank you.
Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak on the Liberal Democrat budget amendment, which is a fair and responsible one that puts our communities at its heart. Families are under pressure and local organisations are doing more with less. In that context, every decision we take must reflect the realities facing residents across Kirklees. So I want to focus on ward budgets. Ward budgets are one of the most effective tools we have as councillors. They allow elected members who know their communities best to respond directly to local need. A relatively small grant can sustain an event, support a community initiative, help young people, or simply bring neighbours and communities together. The impact goes far beyond the amount allocated. In the Linley ward, covering Birchincliff, Birkby, Linley, Mount, Oaks, Outlane and Sallandine Nook, we can see this clearly. My colleagues, Councillor Anthony Smith and Councillor Ashley Robinson, live in the ward. We know the volunteers, we know the communities and the organisations that make a difference every day. Groups such as Linley Community Group and Linley Running Club demonstrate what local leadership looks like in practice. Volunteers give their time to organise events, promote well-being and strengthen neighbourhood ties. Ward funding helps to make that possible. When ward budgets were halved, the consequences were immediate. Across Kirklees, community groups struggled. Much-loved events became unviable. In Linley, the carnival stopped, which was a long-standing celebration, bringing generations together, bringing communities together. This is not simply the loss of an event, it's the loss of connection and shared community identity. And after the budgets were halved, we then had different service areas, different directorates, suggesting that we use our limited, now halved ward budgets to fund and focus on priorities, and even cabinet members suggesting the same, knowing well it was impossible. So this also raises a wider issue about how grants are allocated across Kirklees. Too often, councillors are left commenting on decisions rather than shaping them. We get emails about lists of different groups looking for funding, and we're allowed to comment, and somebody else makes the decision. If we believe in local democracy, elected members must have meaningful involvement in funding decisions with proper accountability and transparency. Ward budget shows what works: local knowledge, direct responsibility and clear democratic oversight. That principle should be strengthened, not weakened. It is disappointing that the minority Labour administration failed to restore ward budgets in their own proposals. The impact of the cuts has been obvious, felt by community groups, volunteers and residents, yet they chose not to act. Restoring this funding should have been a priority from the outset, not something secured through pressure and amendments that reflects a disconnect from the realities facing our communities. It is welcome that other groups recognise the value of ward budgets. There is a clear understanding across this chamber that this funding makes a tangible difference in our communities. We should not only restore ward budgets, we should increase them and place councillors firmly back at the centre of local decision making. The Liberal Democrat group budget does exactly that. It backs our volunteers, strengthens accountability and invests in the social fabric of our towns and neighbourhoods across Kirklees. Thank you.
Councillor Zaman.
Where are you going, Nosh?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I speak to support the Community Alliance amendment. At a time when residents across Kirklees are facing real and growing pressures, rising costs, housing insecurity, isolation and deep uncertainty, this council must decide what kind of organisation we want to be. Are we content to be mere managers of decline, balancing spreadsheets while our communities struggle? Or are we prepared to lead with compassion in our values, responsibility in our decisions and courage in our actions? This amendment represents that choice. One of the most important elements of this amendment is the funding for homelessness, outreach and support. Behind every housing crisis is a person who deserves compassion, dignity and support. Behind every statistic is a human story, someone's child, someone's parent, someone who has fallen on hard times and needs practical help, not indifference. Housing issues in Batley are reaching breaking point. This funding recognises that responsibility. It says clearly that in Kirklees, we will not look away from those who are struggling. We will step forward and assist. This amendment also invests in community spaces and services that bring people together and strengthen community life. Libraries are not just buildings with books. They are warm, safe spaces, welcoming spaces for learning and connection. Sports facilities are not luxuries. They keep our young people active, engaged and away from harm. Outreach services are not optional extras. They are lifelines for those who feel isolated or vulnerable. When we invest in these services, we invest in prevention, we invest in well-being, we invest in belonging. Increasing ward budgets ensures councillors can respond directly to local needs and support their communities more effectively. As elected members, we know our wards, we know the grassroots organisations making a difference with very little. We know where a small amount of funding can unlock huge impact. This amendment trusts councillors to deliver locally, responsibly and transparently. Madam Mayor, this amendment is balanced and responsible, but it is also compassionate. It recognises that the purpose of this council is not just to manage finances, but to serve the people of Kirklees. Budgets are not just numbers on a page. They are moral documents. They show what we value, and this amendment shows that we respect, value dignity, community and fairness. This is about protecting the most vulnerable, strengthening the fabric of our towns and villages, and giving councillors the tools to make a real difference where it matters most. That is leadership our residents expect from us. That is the leadership they deserve, and that is why I am proud to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak in favour of the budget motion this evening. I'll touch briefly on highways and waste before making a personal plea ahead of what promises to be an interesting few months for us all, I think. Our residents have been absolutely clear about what matters most to them, the conditions of the roads. Yet again, the budget consultation confirms that potholes, pavements, drainage, overgrown vegetation and winter maintenance are their primary concerns. Residents have told us loudly and repeatedly that this is where they expect improvement and investment, and that is exactly what this budget will deliver. On highways, I want to share a brief anecdote, if I may. About 3 years ago, when I was on holiday in Barbados, I did bump into a man from Batley. I know, very nice, isn't it? I did bump into a man from Batley. We somehow found ourselves talking about the state of the local roads before he said they're still a damn sight better than the roads in Kirklees. Whether you're in this chamber or 4,000 miles from home, there is no escaping our reputation. Our network is under real strain. Decades of national funding, increases in traffic, severe weather, flooding and winter damage. These pressures aren't new, but they are growing, and as everyone who does the weekly shop will attest to, just like it is for councils, money no longer stretches as it once did. Despite this, the service continues to deliver efficiencies and raise more income through better network management and removing long-standing vacancies where appropriate. But efficiencies can only go so far. That is why this budget continues a major capital investment programme, resurfacing roads, strengthening our infrastructure, upgrading streetlights, clearing out our drains, supporting road safety schemes and investing in the gritters that keep our network moving. Even under intense financial pressure, this represents a clear commitment to maintaining and improving the roads our residents rely on every day. Rome wasn't built in a day, and our network won't be rebuilt in a day either, but this shows how we can make progress. Turning to waste, this is where national policy brings some of the biggest challenges. Simpler recycling brings new responsibilities and with them costs. Some are offset through the extended producer responsibility funding and government support, but even with those measures, the sector faces a major shift towards the end of the decade and we must prepare now. That is why this budget continues to invest in our waste infrastructure. From depots and procurements ahead of a new waste contract to the recycling fleet and equipment. These decisions ensure that we are ready for the biggest changes to waste services in a generation. In recent months, we've seen a trend in national politics. Senior politicians declaring everything is broken, including the very parties they once tried to lead, whilst forgetting their role in breaking it. Thankfully, those figures are rare, and nothing like that has happened here in Kirklees. And I genuinely believe the majority in this chamber, from all parties and none, are here for the right reasons. Not to score cheap points or chase headlines, but to serve our residents and our communities. As we head into the May elections, none of us know what will happen. If residents think we've done a good job, we'll be back. If not, well, some of us may have to find other things to do on our Wednesday evenings. My wife has spent 4 years pulling a list together. Whatever happens in May, tonight's decision does matter, though. We all know how this evening will go, or think we know how this evening will go. We debate, we vote down each other's amendments, and then we get around the table to talk. Because this shouldn't be an insert political group here budget. It should be a residents' budget. Democracy isn't a weapon of revenge. It's a tool for making real and practical and lasting change with the time the public gives us, no matter how long or how brief. This budget invests in the services residents see and rely on every day. It tackles national pressures with local solutions and makes responsible savings that protect the front line. It keeps us focused on the basics: safe, well-maintained streets, clean neighbourhoods, and creating a council that listens and acts. I'm proud to support it. I hope colleagues across the chamber will join me, and if not, I do have an emergency supply of Red Bull if anyone needs it. Thank you.
Councillor Richard Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I'm going to speak to the amendments, the Conservative amendment principally. I must admit this is quite a nice debate this evening, which is unusual for budget debates. I wonder if it's something to do with having a little bit more of a say in what goes on. So, there's been a few quite sensible comments tonight from various members, which I'm going to try and sort of incorporate into my thinking. It's nice to see Councillor Hawkins acknowledging that Kirklees roads are amongst the worst in the world, especially when it's his area of responsibility, but we'll move on from that one. I noticed that Councillor Homewood mentioned Operation Trimberg, and he has a lot of sensible things to say about this actually, and whether or not the council have, replacing the funding that really we all think should be already there from the police budgets. And it's something we've wrestled with ourselves. We have put that in our amendment because largely our amendment is something that we've come together over the last few months to discuss as a group, and it represents what we believe our residents have told us they would like to see. So that's a choice that people have got, really, isn't it? Tonight, people when they come to, we're all aware of the upcoming elections, and people have got a choice, really, haven't they? They can either go with who they've had before, or they can go for somebody new. And we're trying to show them, that there's a vision that we've all got. Everybody in the chamber's got their own view on this, and ours is, what we've put in our amendment. So we do believe that Trimberg is something worth pursuing at a funding level, despite the fact that we do sort of take the point about the police funding themselves. I think the main things I'd like to draw out from the Conservative amendments are, we talked a lot about parking in this chamber over the years, and we've talked about the town centres, the lack of growth, the fact that people find it really difficult to justify the amount of charges that the council impose on people to come and park in the town centre, particularly Huddersfield, Home Firth. The borough's split into many different places, but in the major shopping centres, and especially in the south of Kirklees, it's hideously expensive now. We've had all these debates in the past, so we're proposing that off-street parking at the weekends, 2 hours free. It's bound to do something for the town centres, the businesses that are struggling in the town centre, something that all the residents I speak to mention. They don't want to come to town and pay ridiculous amounts of money to park for 2 or 3 hours. If we can bring people back into the town centres, then it must be good for residents. They're going to go other places. People in my neck of the woods are going to go to Fox Valley, they're going to Meadowhall. They might come back to, they might go to Barnsley. They might come back to Huddersfield. So we believe this is really worthwhile. We've costed this out and put it in our amendment. The other thing as well, when we're talking about parking, we're talking about enforcement. So we've put some extra money in there for enforcement, £70,000 a year, 35 of which, so half of it, we believe will come back in enforcement action. So it's not a lot of money. So we've got people who've got parking permits, and they see very little value in those because the enforcement's not there. So they pay for a parking permit outside their home, and people are abusing that. So we want to see that removed. We see people parking on zigzag lines outside schools. This is really poor behaviour, it leads to poor road safety, and it's something we should be tackling. And so these are the things, just small little things like that I believe people who I speak to in my ward, I believe these are things that actually would like to be seen to make an improvement. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be speaking in support of the Labour budget and also possibly touch on some of the amendments that we've heard here tonight. I feel confident in saying this is probably one of the most positives and progressive budgets brought before this chamber in some time. There are several things in the budget worth shouting about, which will bring about stability and positive change for residents in Kirklees. And Councillor Patterson and Councillor Crook have passionately alluded to a number of those. From the outset of my role as portfolio holder for fly tipping and the Green Action Team, it's been extremely challenging, as you all know. Challenging because I inherited a service that had been underfunded for some time, coupled with a national picture of fly tipping increasing not just locally, but regionally and nationally. So this perfect storm understandably caused councillors in this chamber to raise questions and complain about illegal dumping in their wards. The press also regularly picked up on hotspot areas and the general mood of residents around this issue. Not too long ago, there was a backlog of fly tipping taking up to 3 months or more to clear. To address this problem, the Labour administration invested in services, including employing agency staff and working hard to clear the backlog, which has been successful so far. However, employing agency staff is not sustainable, and not investing in the service is foolhardy, because it would bring us back to the position where we were before, and nobody wants that. Councillors in this chamber have voiced their solutions to this problem, such as more staff to clear the fly tipping quicker, more investigators, more prosecutions, CCTV surveillance, so on and so forth. And of course, this costs money. The council is working on a fly tipping strategy, as you all know, because I've said it a number of times in this chamber. And we want to ensure that there is sufficient funding to implement the strategy and also carry out the operations that need to be done. If we're serious about getting the basics right, which is what we all want to see, and for residents to see and feel significant changes, we need to invest in the Green Action Team. There's a proposal to invest in the Green Action Team to improve the cleanliness and appearance of our streets and neighbourhoods, but that also includes the fly tipping, which we're all discussing here, or a number of us have discussed here today. Another area I want to highlight is safety on our roads, which I know is a priority for everyone here in this chamber. We all care about the health, well-being and safety of residents, so investing in our highways, road safety and lining budget is critical. The funding will support our Vision Zero initiatives, and you may recall some time ago myself and Councillor Hawkins delivered a presentation on road safety and Vision Zero. We talked about the great work that's going on in Kirklees locally with our partners regionally also. We intend to increase our education campaign and enhance the work we do, especially with the police. Again, we need that additional funding to ensure that our roads are safe for our residents. Finally, I want to bring to everyone's attention here our proposal to continue to fund community anchors and community champions networks. This funding also provides small grants to support community-led projects and improve safety, and I'm referring to the UK SPF funding. The Council strongly relies on community organisations who are best placed and know the communities well. This is particularly important in relation to supporting organisations to prevent violence against women and girls. This topic has been debated here in this chamber a number of times, and it's imperative that these grassroots community organisations get the funding and the resources that they need to continue with the fantastic work that they're doing. That said, it was surprising to see some of the amendments to reduce or remove the Labour budget proposals for the Green Action Team and road safety, which of course would lead to more problems in Kirklees. Thank you. The Greens offering that we encourage residents to provide evidence to help to identify fly tipping, rewarding them with £100 for information that leads to a successful prosecution. The proposal to dob in a neighbour is certainly unpalatable, at the very least, for community cohesion purposes. That will surely lead to retaliation and reprisals, especially on some estates. Logistically, it would not work either because these neighbours would not be able to remain anonymous when this matter ends up in court. The most surprising is the Independents and the Community Alliance.
To a close, please.
Thank you. Who have complained the most in this chamber about our streets and fly tipping. For the last year or so, they've talked about education, more enforcement, more equipment, more investigating officers, more prosecutions. But in their amendments, they talk about removing funding from the Green Action Space team. That is very concerning, and it just doesn't add up.
Councillor Pinnock, can you please finish your
Thank you.
remarks?
I'd like to end by thanking the finance team, council officers for their hard work and dedication to putting together this budget. Thank you.
Councillor Anwar.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak on the Labour budget. The leader said at the beginning of her speech that administration is adapting to national government plans. Well, let me ask her. Her leader, the now Prime Minister, promised throughout the general election that there will be no council tax hikes for any council across England. That promise is another lie, yet another U-turn. What is next? There is a promise of a £35 million brand new sports centre in Dewsbury, but when the feasibility studies were done, the administration could not find £10 million for repairs, and now magically they have found £35 million for a new sports centre. The residents won't believe any of this until they see actions. They won't believe any of the Labour lies anymore, especially the residents of Dewsbury and Batley. This budget asks Dewsbury residents to pay more and accept less in return. Once again, Dewsbury is at back of the queue. Less visible investment, less urgency, less priority, while other areas see regeneration headlines, just like the George Hotel. Dewsbury sees warm words and little else. Our town faces real challenges: struggling high streets, antisocial behaviour, pressures on local services, yet this budget does not reflect that need. Fairness is not spreading money evenly. It is directing it where it is most needed, and Dewsbury and Batley needs it. People in Dewsbury and Batley pay the same council tax as everyone else. They deserve to see real improvements in their towns, not promises, not consultations, not delays. This budget protects the administration's narrative. It does not protect Dewsbury's and Batley's future. For that reason, I cannot support it. Dewsbury and Batley deserve better.
Councillor Itrat Ali.
Are we ready? Thank you, Madam Mayor, fellow councillors. I'd like to speak on the amendments, and in particular against the Independent Group amendment and the Community Alliance Group amendment. With regards to supporting an amendment that cuts the adaptations budget, it's not something that I can do. Adaptations are not a luxury service. They're a frontline preventative measure that keeps disabled and older residents safe in their own homes. Adaptations are simple things: a grab rail, a ramp, a level access shower. They're simple, but they make life-changing difference to help the older and disabled people stay safe, stay independent, and stay in their own homes. In a year when we've seen the closure of care homes within Kirklees, we've seen an increased burden on older person services, we need to be protecting and not cutting, and making small measures that make a big difference to our residents in their twilight years. The relative small adaptations budget is the difference between independence and a hospital admission, or between living at home and needing residential care that we can't afford in Kirklees. Cutting this budget does not remove the need, it pushes the cost elsewhere. We will see more falls, more delayed discharges, larger care packages and greater pressure on adult social care and the NHS. This is not saving money, it's storing up bigger bills for later. Most importantly, this cut disproportionately affects people who already face barriers and inequality. Many simply cannot afford private adaptations and have no alternative. If we are serious about prevention and independence and value for money, then adaptations should be protected, not reduced. For those reasons, I urge members to reject this amendment.
Thank you. We have 8 speakers on the list. Can I just remind members that once we move to the votes on the amendments, there will be no chance for comments on the amendments. So if you wish to speak on the amendments, please indicate. Okay. And that includes the ones that reserve the right. That's why I'm giving that information. Councillor Kendrick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak in support of the Labour budget, but also raise a few points about the independent budget amendment. I'm proud of lots of things in the Labour budget, but I'll talk about children's and young people's areas because that's the thing I'm most invested in, although I try to be invested in all of it. I'm proud of children's services, which is, like adult social care, a demand-led service. So it is constantly under fire. It can be great one day and really under pressure the next. And I'm proud that despite all those challenges and the legal changes that are coming in, that Children's Services seeks to be productive and to make savings and improve things wherever it can. For instance, building new children's residential care homes in Kirklees. That means that we no longer have to pay for over-expensive places outside of Kirklees and in, but it's also the right and best thing to do for our young people. I'm also proud of the care service that is developing that will help prevent some young people having to become looked after. I'm particularly proud, and I've said this loads of times to you, but I'll say it again, we have no agency social workers in Kirklees. And you might think, oh yeah, well, we know that. Every time I meet any other lead member from any council, they go, my God, how do you do that? They are surprised. I haven't met anywhere that's the same. And we do it by recruiting young people who finish their degree at university and looking after them really well for their first year of qualification. We do internal development opportunities for people. But one of the other things that we do is apprenticeships in social care, which is really, really important. Supporting young people and older people become apprentices to become qualified social workers here in Kirklees. So any amendment that looks to take out the funding for a council apprenticeships, I would say, is that fair, right and responsible, as you know, has been mentioned earlier. I don't know if I've got the quote right, but I think Councillor John Lawson talked about there was fertile imagination in the amendments. I would agree. The same imagination in terms of removing apprenticeships from the budget. The same imagination in removing the playable spaces, additional funding. I don't know about the rest of you, but do you ever get a bit frustrated as a ward councillor wanting a play area redeveloped, improved or replaced or a new one? Because I do, particularly when we have one of ours about a year after it was put in place, burnt down. I want the extra capacity because our families and our children deserve to have those spaces, particularly in heavily populated, built-up areas. That often is the only place to go. So I would say, is it fair or responsible to remove the additional playable spaces capacity from a budget, as the independent budget amendment does, and some others? I'm really interested in the funding for increased gritting routes for those many, many days of snow that we have in Kirklees, like in Val Thorens and in Zermatt and Cortina. You know, if you brought this budget in summer, nobody would give you a moment's notice. It's nonsense. The reality, as is said in their amendment, is an additional 60 kilometres of road in Kirklees, you know, out of 1,900 kilometres in Kirklees. And even when you take off the roads that we grit already, it would leave 2.6 kilometres per ward. Fight over that then, folks. You know, and an over £1 million investment for 2.6 kilometres a ward, I think is really a gimmick, nothing more. It's to please people and make them think it's good, with actually having no reality in place. I would have gone on to talk about the adaptations budget and taking that out, but I applaud Chancellor Ali, because I think she covered that very well. So I would not be able to support the independent budget. Thank you.
Councillor Darwin. Councillor Darwin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on the Labour motion. This budget is not merely a financial exercise. It is a statement of our values and our priorities. Our foremost duty is to the people who fund this council, households who work hard, pay their taxes and expect responsible stewardship in return. A 4.99% increase in council tax is not an abstract percentage. It is a tangible burden on families already making difficult choices. Our residents understand the need to fund adult social care and services for children and families. They support protecting the most vulnerable. But when we ask them to give more, they are entitled to see clear, visible delivery, not promises of tomorrow, but action today. Dewsbury Sports Centre stands as a symbol of delay. While it deteriorates, families, young people and older residents are left without accessible, affordable facilities. We hear of a £35 million new centre at some undefined point in the future, yet the future is uncertain. Just look at the Dewsbury Town Centre, decades of promises and neglect. Residents cannot use promises, they cannot exercise in plans or swim in the business case. If we allow the existing building to decline further, it will pass beyond economic repair. Delay does not reduce costs, it increases it. Years have already gone by. Too many residents have seen their health suffer while waiting. Some older citizens who once relied upon those facilities may never see them restored if we continue to hesitate. We are told the location is yet to be agreed, but we have a location. It served our community well. The infrastructure remains. The building stands. The sensible course is to reopen the dry side without delay and commit to restoring the whole facility. To start again elsewhere would mean years more waiting, years our residents have already endured. And when we are told that matters simply take time, residents are entitled to question that reassurance. Even after approximately 16 years, we are still searching for adequate burial land in Dewsbury. If something so fundamental has remained unresolved for so long, how can our communities have confidence that new promises will be delivered without further delay? We must also address the fundamentals of civic life. Roads scarred by potholes, failing drainage, broken street lighting and neglected public spaces erode pride and undermine safety. There is too the urgent matter of burial provisions in Dewsbury. For many families, burial is an expression of faith dignity and respect. To face bereavement without adequate local provisions is an added cruelty at the most painful of times. This is a solemn duty and it requires action now. Residents are not asking for extravagance. They ask for competence, safe streets, a thriving town centre, functioning facilities and dignity in life and in death. We have a choice tonight. Let it be one that reflects fairness, responsibility and genuine care for our communities we represent. That is our residents. That is what they deserve. Chair, I urge us to choose action. Thank you.
Councillor Marchington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Given that there's sort of the diversity of opinion across the council, it is quite remarkable that there's so much overlap between the amendments and things that we can all agree on. I think the golden thread that runs through all of them is about devolving more resources towards and therefore to local communities to make more decisions. Though I'm speaking to the amendments, I just want to pick up on this idea that the money that we're getting from central government has fixed the foundations. I don't think it has, and we've heard from all different groups, including the administration, about the problems we still face. There is not enough money to do everything that we would want to do for our residents, no matter how efficiently we use that. Those of us who've been around long enough will put some context and know that the amount of delegated ward funding we used to have was just short of £100,000. Ward highways budgets, trips and slips money, area committee money. I think the Greenhead ward councillors got the rest of us in a bit of trouble. They used their area committee money and highways money to fix all the unadopted roads in that particular ward. And then they came to say, well, why can't you do that in Gurkha and the Combe Valley? I think Councillor Boat was out as well, because we've got about 200 or 300 more kilometres of unadopted roads than you have. So we used to have more resources, and we've got a way to go before we have that sort of resource to be able to do that. We used to be able to have resources to work in partnership with the police service, with fire and rescue. In the Combe Valley Area Committee, we funded CCTV cameras. I think at one stage we paid for a speed camera that could be used now, and then we worked with children and communities as well. We used to be able to do all of that with ward budgets, and now we're scratching around. It's interesting that the criticisms of other people's amendments is about what we're taking out. And I think I'm going to do the same. So the reason why we can't support some of the amendments is about the UK Sharing Prosperity Fund. Because we really value the work of the community anchors and the community champions, because they are meeting the desperate need. I think something we should all be concerned about is about deep-rooted poverty, generational poverty in our communities, and the anchors and community champions deal with some of that. We should be concerned. But the reason we're picking on those things is there's not enough resource. And in years gone by, we've had much more flexibility in our budgets to be able to allocate the resources differently. That's been the agreement or disagreement, how we allocate the resources. And it is disappointing, and I think we should be working back towards that. Having said that, there's elements from the other amendments that I think as a group we could support. I know there's criticism of the green bonds, but we do think there's opportunity for local people to invest in that sort of infrastructure. It's worked well elsewhere in a variety of administrations. And I think other things like housing bonds as well. We could issue bonds to invest in social housing as well, and that's worked successfully elsewhere. I think the parking and speed enforcement is an issue. It's interesting, slightly critical. I think it was Eric Pickles, when he was the Secretary of State responsible, loosened up on some of the enforcement issues. You know, the 50, you can park on the double yellow line for 15 minutes. This attack on motorists. You know, the criticism of speed cameras, why are you attacking motorists? And actually, I'm glad that we're seeing actually pavement parking, inconsiderate is a road safety issue that we should also put. And part of that is, first thing is education. People should know what the rules are, know it is. But also, if you don't have enforcement, you can fine people as much as you want. If you don't catch them, the fines aren't implemented. And speeding is a safety issue as well. And it's about community education, and we'll go with that. Just want to touch finally on the road stuff as well. And again, we used to, with neighbourhood management groups, be able to do things much more effectively at ward level. There is, considering the amount of money that central government gets in from vehicle users, vehicle excise duty, fuel duty, we should have much better roads in Barbados. I've not been to be able to, we should be able to do that. But we need a long-term plan. And what concerns me here, when I criticised the former leader of the council, now no longer a council, about that, what's the plan? And I understand we have a really good plan for fixing potholes, patching and roads. We do not implement it. And that should happen. So that when somebody comes out to fix a pothole and when they look both ways, all the potholes they should see. If there's too many potholes, that road should be patched. There should be a strategic plan because we cannot fix all the roads. You know, if roads have got a 10, 15, 20-year lifespan, that's the sort of programme we need to get it done properly. So it is not acceptable that we live in a country with the fourth or fifth largest GDP in the world and we have roads in our communities that are not fit for purpose. So we want to see as a group more resources devolved to councillors who can help their communities working with voluntary groups, but also there should be more resources coming to local authorities like Kirklees that we can use to make the lives of our residents better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last year, Councillor Pattison told this council it's getting back to basics. This year we've apparently turned a corner. Well, let's look about basics, because if you walk across our wards, residents in Birstall, Berkinshaw, East Biley and across North Kirklees think about basics. They think about being able to dispose of their waste properly in household waste and recycling centres without driving halfway across the borough. They think about potholes being filled, roads and pavements kept clear of weeds, parks maintained rather than left overgrown, social housing repaired properly, not left riddled with damp, mould, asbestos and holes in the roof. That's what basics look like, and that's what basics are in the real world. Nab Lane was shut by this Cabinet in 2024, and since that day, waste provision in North Kirklees has been reduced. Longer journeys, longer queues, more pressures on remaining sites. Residents were told that around £7 million to modernise Nab Lane was too much, too expensive, it's not viable. We were told difficult decisions had to be made. Yet at the same time this year, 35 million quid can be plucked out of thin air for a new sports centre in Dewsbury. Essential infrastructure for my residents was dismissed as unrealistic, but elsewhere ambition seems to have no ceiling. There are questions about what this administration really means when it talks about getting back to basics, because waste disposal is about as basic as it gets. And yet, in all this debate around the budget, the Cabinet hasn't really properly addressed or acknowledged the gap left by Nab Lane's closure, let alone propose a serious solution. The Conservative amendment is the only proposal before this chamber right now that directly addresses that works towards a long-term solution for Nab Lane. Now, I've called for cross-border waste provision for over a year, and each time this Cabinet has shut it down and dismissed it. But my residents have carried on asking, and the Conservative group have listened. Residents don't organise their lives around local authority boundaries. If a tip in a neighbouring authority, Oakenshaw for example, is closer and more practical for my residents in Berkinshaw and East Biley, why won't we explore a joint agreement? Why wouldn't we open formal discussions? Why wouldn't we commission the work and bring back real options? Leeds and Bradford cooperate so residents can access their facilities across both boundaries, but here we've acted as though a line on a map matters more than residents' time and money. Our amendment commits to commissioning a proper report into cross-border opportunities and begin those conversations. Commission it, assess it and report back. That's how you build a long-term solution. That's what competent administration looks like. So I want to return now to the phase back to basics, because basic services are failing across North Kirklees. Basic fairness has not delivered to residents who have lost their local facility, and basic acknowledgement of the problem is missing from the entire budget. Residents are paying more council tax than ever before. They are told the council has turned a corner, and yet when it comes to something as fundamental as waste provision, they're expected to accept less and say thank you for it. Well, they're not gonna, and nor should they. An amendment is practical, our amendment is deliverable, and it starts fixing the problem that this administration created. On a final note, £7 million for a functioning waste facility were dismissed as fantasy. And again, now just months before an election, £35 million turned up for Dewsbury Sports Centre. No problem at all. Now, it's funny how money gets easier to find when voters are harder to keep. I was once asked last year what part of my election campaign Nab Lane fell part of. So I have to ask Councillor Pattison, this money for Dewsbury Sports Centre, does it fall part of your election campaign, is it? If this council's serious about getting back to basics, then prove it. Start with the basics and back the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Addy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak to the amendments. I'm utterly disappointed to see councillors in this chamber putting their names to amendments that call for cutting services and opportunities so needed by those in our most deprived areas. Specifically calls for cutting apprenticeships, offering life-changing opportunities and the chance for the council to grow its own teams, sharing the knowledge and of experienced staff with our young people to create passionate operatives to work in their own communities who will become the leaders of these services into the future. I am dismayed to see councillors who shout about the needs of their communities putting their names to amendments that call for cuts to funding for community connectors such as anchors, and those who work to fight violence against women and girls and support those whose lives are devastated by this. These community-embedded projects work with communities to deliver place-based, action-specific, localised, peer-to-peer and critical expert support. When the council, professionals and community work together in these ways, they pave the way for a better, brighter, bespoke future that matches our residents' needs. It beggars belief that anyone who has spoken up for more community intervention and opportunities for our young people can be calling for cuts to these core ward-by-ward, community-by-community actions and opportunities for strong futures for those who most need it. I won't reiterate Councillor Ali's poignant comments on adaptations. Clearly, these are lifelines to those who need them and should, of course, be a service preserved and enhanced at all costs. Clearly, to anyone interested in supporting their communities, I don't need to elaborate on Councillor Kendrick's passion for our important playable spaces. Who would cut those? Clearly some. I love to hear the words practical, local and delivery. And that's what our budget proposal brings, alongside the much wider proposals for community wellbeing. To propose carving out key offers is to undermine important elements that add to our budget's clear vision for our communities, our youth and the wellbeing of our residents, for positive ways forward in the here and now, and cements a firm base to build on into the future. Thank you.
Councillor Scott, I'm presuming you're speaking on the motion. As you spoke
Yeah,
on
I'm speaking on the
yeah?
motion.
On the motion, yeah. Councillor Scott.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I just want to bring it back a little bit because we've heard a lot about how generous the Labour government has been to councils like Kirklees. And some might say they have, some might say they haven't. But let's look at the reality behind these headlines. Yes, funding has increased, but much of that so-called increase is not new government money. It includes council tax rises on our residents, and they're expected to pay that. In fact, this year, Kirklees is receiving around £6 million. Now, you might want to applaud that. And that's an additional government grant funding. Yet, we still have to find £10 million of cuts. That's interesting. I can't see how that balances or that works. And if this settlement is truly transformative, we would not still be cutting all these services. And if the funding was truly sufficient, residents would not be facing repeated council tax rises year after year. So the question isn't whether funding has increased on paper. The question is whether our residents are seeing any results. And Councillor Homewood, I wouldn't normally do this. You did allude to say it was worrying about the Community Alliance budget papers. and about the swimming pool and sports centre that, well, if you read the papers and understood it, Community Alliance were bringing the dry side forward and then following with a pool which was going to save millions, not costing as much as what you're actually saying. So what I'm asking today is, where are you actually showing where facilities are opening now? You're not. Where are you actually showing where services are being restored now? You're simply not. So that brings me nicely to say, are communities actually seeing investment? No, they're not, because the communities and residents out there don't live in press releases. They actually live in the real world, suffering at the end of your decisions.
Councillor Turner, are you speaking on the amendments, just to clarify?
I want to use my right of reply.
Oh, well...
So I want to go last.
Go last, but...
Said that to indicate.
Are you speaking on the motions or the amendments?
I'll speak on amendments.
On the amendments. Because you don't have a right of reply on the amendments, do you?
I'll speak now then.
So go now, yeah.
Never miss an opportunity.
She's got a right of... Councillor Pattison has got a right of reply on the motion.
After all the votes on the budget.
After all the votes on the amendments. No, not in this case, no. Okay, so you speaking on the amendments?
Yes, and mainly one or two, really. What I will say is, so far, I think this has been a really interesting and civilised debate, which isn't always the case in these things. And I think there's been some really strong contributions from across the chamber. And I can't fault the councillors at Itratali's comments on adaptations. I'd got it written down, but I couldn't have done it in the better. It's perfect what you said. Absolutely, these adaptations enable people's lives to be enhanced and allows them to stay in the home longer. It's a nonsense to take it out. Play spaces, we all know that we need to improve our play spaces, but we haven't got the capacity. That money is really important to ensure that those places are improved, because it's not only about space for children to play, it's about their well-being, it's the parents' well-being. It's a day and you want to do something with your kids, get them out there, run some energy up. So they're really, really important. And the amendments that remove apprenticeships just beggars belief. We've had a policy for a number of years of growing our own, and to remove those, especially when we know that there's a problem with NEETs across the country, just makes no sense. It almost seems vindictive. But one thing Councillor Scott just mentioned about the money funding, we've seen a real increase in spending from the government. We are a member of Sigoma and we got 7.4% and a real increase. And yes, we're putting council up by 3%. That is not, in real terms, if you understand economics, in real terms, not an increase. Inflation is 3%, so all it's doing is actually taking into account inflation. So it's not a real increase. And the government calculation, when they give us our final settlement, works on the assumption that council tax will go up by 4.99%. That's been the assumption of this government and previous government for a number of years now. So that's a given. We have to do that. Virtually every council in the country will put it up by a minimum of 4.99. Some of a different colour, blue, may find that even put it up even more, against what they promised, but we'll see. The Community Alliance Amendment. I've seen quite a few budgets, I've seen quite a few amendments over the years, but never one that is designed to only include the wards they currently represent. We've heard time and time again about the so-called unfair distribution between North and South Kirklees in spending from this dwindling group. The opening paragraph states that they want to restore fairness across Kirklees. Yet they produced an amendment that proposes investment in very specific wards, namely the ones they represent. And this was confirmed by the second to their motion. The rest of North Kirklees, that's Gummersall, Cleckheaton, Hetman White, all get nothing in their amendment. It goes in 2 wards. Is this a run-up to May? Fairness, I don't think they know what it means. So just to help them out, the dictionary version is treating people equally or in a way that is right and reasonable. As George Orwell said, all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. In this case, you're more equal if you live in Dewsbury South and the East and Batley West. So I won't be supporting this motion at all. As I said earlier, savings are funded by removing the proposed apprenticeship when we're crying out to bring new people to council is absolutely appalling. Sorry, it's all right. So, as I say, savings by removing third sector support, which does such a fantastic job across the whole borough, again, almost seems petty. So, Madam Mayor, I will not be supporting this amendment this evening.
Councillor Turner. And my apologies for interrupting you. Yeah, Councillor Paula Davis.
Paula, sorry. Sorry. That's okay. I forgive you. Just want to speak a little bit to the Liberal Democrat amendments, and just to clarify some of the things and just calm down some of the rhetoric. It has been good debate in here, but I just want to clarify that some of the comments have been about removing funding for adaptations, removing funding for playable spaces. We all know how important they are. We've heard passionate speeches about them. We know how vital our play spaces are in our local communities. And I just want to point out that the Liberal Democrat amendment isn't about removing the funding. It's about shaving a little bit off additional spending and then putting that spending back into our ward budgets, where we as local members know our communities and know where that can be best spent. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies, Councillor Davis. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to confine my comments to the amendments. So what is it all about, ladies and gentlemen? It's all about priorities and it's all about choices. And particularly this year, because to pay them a small compliment, the Labour administration pulled a nice trick. They tied up all the money in the budget that was a bit spare on things that really you can't disagree with taking it out, because if you do, you look nasty. So, what do? We make our priorities. We make our choices. We have to decide, are we going to take this out in order to pay for this, or are we not going to do that? And we've all done that as groups tonight. I'm going to pick up on some of the choices that the other groups have made. So, we've just heard about spending on ward priorities and giving more money to wards. But we've also heard that at the same time from the group opposite that they want to not increase the adaptations money by as much for the old people. So I'm going to then have to go out and say to someone who rings me up and says, look, I'm desperate, I need the handrails and everything. And I go to the officer and he says, sorry, there's no more money in the budget. Why? Because we allocated it to councillors so they can spend it on community bun fights instead of on adaptations. Now, a lot of these things that traditionally have been spent out of ward budgets should not be funded year on year by ward budgets. And I've said this, and I think probably Councillor Pinnock and Councillor Pinnock will have heard me say this about 20 years ago. Every time certain people came to area committee saying, can we fund this festival or can we fund this thing? And I used to say every time, yes, but we need a plan for you to wean you off council money so that in a few years' time you can support yourself. It never happened. And year after year we're pouring money into all these festivals and events and everything else. And it's public money. Well, it's true. You weren't there, but I was. Now then, what about this about putting 10 grand in the budget? Because there's an ongoing consultation for residents to take a view on whether they want parish or town councils. But then the Lib Dems want to put 10 grand in to promote town and parish councils. What kind of an even-handed consultation is that going to be if Kirklees decides what the outcome's going to be and tries to persuade people to back it? Let's look at the independent amendments. Now, whether you go for the popular people's independence of Kirklees or the people's popular Kirklees independence, I'm afraid both are particularly underwhelming. The first is Councillor Scott's amendment. Now, I'm a Dewsbury lad. Nothing against Dewsbury. I'll stick up for Dewsbury. Yeah? I'm a Dewsbury lad. Still go to church in Dewsbury. Brought up in Dewsbury. Went to school in Dewsbury. But we can't seriously bring an amendment to this council where we've 69 members representing the whole of the borough from the far end of Holmfirth to the top of East Byley, and then be expected to vote for an amendment which puts all the money into a couple of wards in Dewsbury and Batley. I mean, is that really serious? Or are you just appealing to certain people because there happens to be an election coming up in 3 months' time? To Councillor Greaves's amendment, this is one of choices as well. We've got a choice here because what it cleverly does, right, is it takes out 250,000 a year on road safety and lining, and then it puts in 250,000 a year on road painting, lining, and street signing cleaning. So in other words, they're taking out £250,000 and spending it on the same things under another budget line, which I think is absolutely ineffectual. They do the same trick again. They're taking out £230,000 from the Green Space Action Team and then putting money into fly tipping, drains and gully unblocking, all the things that team did. What is the point? It's completely ineffectual, and in this case, independent equals ineffectual. Madam Mayor, it's all about priorities. It's all about choices. The residents of this borough have their priorities, and they will make their choices. And if their priorities happen to be, we want cleaner communities, we want safer streets, we want proper enforcement, we want better waste services, we want our roads rebuilding, then there's one choice: vote Conservative.
Right, okay. Are there any other comments on the amendments or the original motion? Councillor Cooper, are you speaking to the motion because you've spoken to the amendments? No, you can only speak to the motion, Councillor Cooper, now, and I shall be strict. Okay, righty-ho. Right then, so if we could come to order, and we shall now move to the votes on the amendments.
After the vote.
Yeah, so just to be clear, we're going to vote on the amendments, and then there's a right to reply on the motion. Okay? All right. Okay. So we will vote for the amendments via the consoles. So the first vote is on the Green Group amendment, and the vote will be by consoles. So please can we vote for the Green Group amendment? Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That amendment is lost, false, not carried. We now vote on the Conservative Group amendment. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That amendment is not carried. We now vote on the Community Alliance Group amendment. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That amendment is not carried. We now vote on the Liberal Democrat Group amendment. Thank you, colleagues. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That amendment is not carried. We now vote on the independent Kirklees Community Independence Group amendment. Right, thank you. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That amendment is not carried. Thank you. Can we have order, please? Can we have order, please? You know, when primary schools come in, they ask some really good questions. And one of them is about the gavel in the mayor's, that sits in the mayor's parlour. And we say we haven't needed it so far, but maybe tonight we might be getting there a little bit. Okay. Right then, so no amendments have been voted upon. No, all amendments have now been voted upon and no amendments have been carried. Okay. So we will now go to back to the original motion. Are there any further comments on the original motion for members who have not previously spoken on the motion? No? Okay. Right. Councillor Pattison, you have a right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just make a few points. I won't take too long because I know people are wanting a break, if not just to get into negotiation. And these points are not in any particular order, I'm afraid. But it was the income tax that the government didn't want, made a promise not to put up, not council tax. Dewsbury and Batley are not the only areas of need or deprivation. There's plenty of other areas where we need to, A, provide services and make sure they're provided equitably. And talking of being equitable, as much as I can appreciate the importance of ward budgets and local people being involved in decision-making, ward budgets at such a small amount, they're not equitable. I mean, it's really, we need a ward budget system that really appreciates the differences that there are between wards. To expect a leafy southern green ward to have the same needs as an inner city, basically, inner town ward, that's totally wrong. Huddersfield Sports Centre, just for information for people, and Councillor Cahoot, perhaps you ought to do a bit more research before you start speaking, was actually provided by the private sector. A very complicated financial agreement arrangement by which we entered into, and that Huddersfield University ended up buying that site, but we ended up being able to provide a sports centre paid for by the private sector. All the proposals on roads, I mean, yes, we'd love to see roads, but it's not going to be much point having wonderful roads if there's no jobs, no houses, no leisure facilities that people will be able to enjoy driving along to get to those on those lovely roads to get to. And where is this burial land? I'd love to find, I mean, if there is burial land in Dewsbury, please somebody find it for me and tell me, and I will buy it. We don't need the Community Alliance to, I will buy it, I won't personally, but I'm sure the council will.
Members, please, Councillor Patterson.
And dare I say, that's all shroud waving. So swimming lessons, just in case anybody was suggesting that, are still being provided for all children in Kirklees.
Councillor Patterson, we've got a point of order.
Oh, have we?
Can
Sorry,
you need to quote the paragraph for the point of order.
Oh, is that the... Point of order for purchasing the land in Dewsbury. I've got, hang on, wait a minute. It's CPR 18 and 19 rules of debate.
What's your point of order? Thank you. What's the point of order? Thank you. Members. Order.
Sorry.
Do you have a point of order, Councillor Darwin?
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. For a council that promises and promises for decades,
no,
I'm absolutely surprised.
This isn't a point of order. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This isn't a point of order.
It is. It's the land. The land. No, hang on. She said she's talking about the land.
Sorry, Councillor Darwin, but this is not a point of order. Under the Constitution, this is not a point of order. It's not an opportunity to give another speech. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Thank you. We are fixing the foundations of the budget. Fixing the foundations doesn't build the whole building, it fixes the foundations. We can then build upwards and restore that building, having fixed the foundations. That's where we are, that's where we're up to. We will provide a sports centre in Dewsbury. If this budget is passed tonight, we will provide a sports centre in Dewsbury. And it isn't about getting back to basics, it's getting the basics right. And that's all about going deep, as we've all said so many times, it's about delving into the services we provide and making sure that they are provided properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay then, we will now vote on the motion. Can we please vote on the motion?
Turn me off. Yeah, we were, yeah.
Thank you. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? Thank you. The motion is not carried. So if you could please listen carefully, then I shall begin. The Cabinet motion nor any amendments have been carried. We shall therefore call an adjournment to allow for the discussion and submission of further proposals in accordance with CPR 19.5. Breakout areas allocated to groups, so I'll run through them. The Labour Group, Meeting Room 3, Conservative Group, Meeting Room 1, Liberal Democrat Group, Ceremony Room, Community Independence Group, Independence Meeting Room 4, Community Alliance Group, Green Group, Reception Room. Can all group leaders please... Councillor Bramwell. Can all group leaders please join myself and the Chief Executive in the hospitality room to go through the procedure? Thank you. We will take an adjournment. Welcome back. I believe that there is a budget amendment to be proposed. Councillor Patterson, is that yourself? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We've all got a copy of this. I will just propose this budget amendment to the Chamber. Thank you.
Is that seconded?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Second, reserved the right.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Are there any comments on the budget amendment, the Labour budget amendment? Are there any comments? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just going to move Procedure Rule 18, Section 17, and just move straight to a vote. There's no point in debating this. I think we all know how it's going to go. Thank you.
Is that seconded?
I'll second that.
Seconded, Councillor Hall. Okay then, so we will vote first of all. We will vote first of all on the proposal to move to the vote. We will do that on the consoles, please. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? So that is carried. We will move to the vote. So we now vote on the proposed budget amendment. We will do that on the consoles, please. Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? That is not carried. We will now have a further adjournment of the meeting. Can the leaders and deputy leaders join us in the hospitality room, please, to discuss the way forward? Thank you.